Hey guys, how are you all this morning? Morning. It's still morning. It's not even 11:30 yet. Yeah, late start today. How is everybody? How is everybody? How is everybody? How is everybody? Let's see. Who do we have in here this morning? Good morning, Steph. Yeah, wondering if I was gonna show up today. Yeah, I, have been piddling around on the internet, got some packages ready to be shipped out. I, you know, just normal things. I was gonna start the trial this morning, um, but then I saw some things. I guess apparently, um, Alex Murdaugh's hearing was moved up to today, but they're not live streaming it. Apparently, that judge was like wanted to keep the jurors, um, like anonymous as much as possible, you know? So I can't say that I blame them. But, we might be able to get part of it later. I don't know yet. I'm gonna keep my eye open for that. But good morning, QB. Good morning, Steph. Good morning, Gail. Good morning, Lee. Uh-oh, Gail's got a fridge guy coming. That don't sound good. He said between 10 and 12, so maybe he'll be here around 3. Oh, that was funny. I know how that goes, right? Ah. Hello. Let's see what trouble you can avoid stirring up today, Lee. Yeah, ha, ha, ha. Good morning, Nicole. Steph says, I'm good. Gonna do self care today so I can look cute for Abigail and also take photos for whenever I'm ready to make a dating profile. Oh, ho, ho. Uh, Lisa, sorry, Steph. I'm already married. You guys crack me up. Ah, he's so funny. Funny. So there was a couple people had mentioned in here yesterday about the 3 buddies from Kansas City who went to watch the Kansas City Chiefs game and never made it back home. And whenever they went to get you know, um when their family went to go find out what was going on, they were laying dead in the guy's backyard that had the party. Super suspicious, and what's even more suspicious is this guy is, um the one that had the party is a scientist. So there's all kinds of speculation floating around that he potentially, like, did something. But then apparently another friend piped up and said, something about they were still alive or something when he left, and then apparently they didn't even watch the game at this guy's house, they watched it somewhere else and then went back to the Jordan guy's house to hang out afterwards. I don't even know. There's all kinds of stuff going on with this. Maybe, Steph, I don't know. I have no idea. I have no idea. Steph says, "To be honest, I just need a Only Cuddles website." Forget OnlyFans, she just wants Only Cuddles, right? Mm. Um, there was some, like, speculation about whether the dude, like, was working on some kind of sciencey experiment and tested it on them. Did you guys hear the part about the birds? Apparently, the dude Jordan is his name, the guy that's house was where they were found. Um, and, they said that Oh, wait, QB says if he was making meth, they could have been overcome by fumes. Well, but if you look at, like, their social media profiles and just them in general, they're not the meth making kinda dudes. I don't know about that. Steph says, "Allegedly, but the people behind me are involved in drugs, particularly meth, and the ringleader was a science teacher." Oh my god. Maybe the guys were fans of Taylor Swift. Uh, uh-uh. There's some upper scale ones. Yeah, but, I mean, these don't look like those kind of upper scale ones. They're like, I don't know. I'm just not getting that kind of feeling. I mean, like, the biggest part of me is thinking, okay, maybe they went to the game, they went to hang out, drink some beer, they thought they might light up a couple, and maybe what they had was laced with fentanyl or something, because they all 3 just died at the same time? Um, right, Gail. Hey, Morgana, good morning. Gail said he never looked in his backyard or out the front where their cars were for 2 days. Well, see, I don't believe that because his lawyer had said that he had been, um, randomly in and out of the house for those 2 days. He says that he never uses his back door, so he never had a reason to look out the back door to see the friends out there, but um, he's had, the opportunity to use the front door and see the Stephs out there. See the cars in the driveway or parked on the street or whatever. I don't know. I don't know. Sounds super suspicious to me. It sounds super suspicious. And, through, like, some Facebook posts and some Twitter stuff, seeing that, like, they said that there was, like, a bunch of friends that went to this party or this football game, and, did you hear about Jessie Jane, her boyfriend, and a third person found dead in their home in Oklahoma? I just saw it in my newsfeed. No, I haven't heard that. Lord, Lord, Lord. I did hear something too about like, something wonky going on in, shoot, where was it? Out in California, I think somewhere. They said there were some people that had died, they were, like, piled on top of each other or something, and there was, like, a car there that had been all shot up and stuff. I don't know anything about that. I heard about it, uh, but I think I just saw it whenever I was, like, going through something on Twitter or but how are you this morning, Nicole? How are you this morning? Nin, 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 nin. And a couple other things about the Kansas City boys, men. Um, this one reminds me of what's the dude's name from Dancing with the Stars that was, one of the professional dancers. Hold on, and I'll show you guys what I'm talking about, but I'm cleaning my glasses right now because they got, like, smudgies, and I hate smudgies. Smudgies. Smudgy, smudgy, smudgy. And there is a Brian Koberger hearing today. There is, I don't know, lots of things going on today. They suspected overdose, but it's still under investigation. Well, that figures. I'm sorry, not sorry, but sorry and not sorry. Sorry, not sorry. Gail says, I just looked her up. She's a porn star. Oh, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm going to hold on a second. Steph, Gail, Nicole, QB, Morgana, any of you guys, Lee, any of y'all want to jump up here with me and let's hang out for a little bit? Mm. Nicole says, I'm the best I can be. My daughter came home yesterday and told me that my band director, had passed away yesterday morning. She was only 61. I'm sorry. Mm, I'm sorry. That's the worst. My band director when I was in high school, he's gotta be in his 70s by now, and, I think that I would, like, I don't know, feel some kinda way 'cause, I have so many good memories of elementary, middle, and high school with band, that, um, I would be sad. Even though my band director could be a butthole at times, big time butthole, but still, I would feel very sad. Very sad, very, very. Oh, Steph says, "I can at the moment, people will be arriving home soon, so there will be distractions, and I'm gonna be washing my face and doing face mask and stuff." Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Morgana says, "I could later if you need me or whatever." Oh, you're picking up groceries right now? Um, absolutely. Whenever, whenever, whenever. Um, I'll drop the linky linkerson here in case anybody wants to take it. Hold on, oh, let me grab the link and put it in here. Copy. Okay, there you go. So, being cute could be an all-day endeavor. You're already cute. You don't have to do anything to be any cuter. You're already super cute. She's super cute, super cute. Morgana says, "Yeah, in between 2 different orders from 2 different stores." Yes, I did hear that, Nicole. I did hear that. Absolutely. I heard that, and, His, yeah, Mary Lou. That's, her name is Jennifer Crumbly. She's the mother of Ethan Crumbly, who was the school shooter at, the Oxford school. Oh, that's cute, Gail. That's cute. DM me it just in case. Okay, let me head over real quick and run and IG you just in case. IG you, IG you. Oh, there we go. There it is. Okay, there you go, Steph. There you go. Um, what was I gonna say, Nicole? I can't remember exactly what it was he was wanting, um, severed, so to speak. I know they kept saying that they wanted something severed from the trial. Was it like, the assault? What was it that they wanted severed from his murder charges or whatever? Kel says, "I can't right now. I'm waiting patiently for the fridge guy, who won't be there till probably 3 p.m." Uh, I hope he is there on time, though, to be honest, because, ugh, your fridge hasn't, like, quit, has it? That's not good. Okay, that's what I thought, the sever the murder and the assault, right. Yeah, no. No, 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 no. And you know what? He shouldn't be asking for anything considering he won't be considerate of the courts and, even be man enough to show up to his court hearings. He's a piece of poop, and that's not allegedly. He is. Um, I'm gonna scooch here, present this screen here, 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 and I'm gonna share this with you guys. This is an article on CNN, um, that talks about, 3 men were found dead outside a Kansas City home after watching the Chiefs 2 weeks later. It's still not clear what killed them. So these are the guys, and this right here is the guy that I was telling you that reminds me of one of the, professional dancers from Dancing with the Stars. And he's got a sister who's blonde and really pretty, and they've, like, done a lot of stuff. But that's who he reminds me of. But it's these 3 guys that died. This guy here, this guy here, and this guy here. And, let me see. So, David Harrington, Clayton McGeeney, and Ricky Johnson, were found dead 2 days after meeting to watch the Chiefs, and I don't know who the guy here is. I don't know who that dude is, but, um, let's see here. It says on January 7th. So this is just a little backstory, okay? Just a Derek Huff, that's it. Yes, 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 yes. That's it, that's it, that's it. Derek Huff. Um, that's what I think too, Mickey, but I'm not sure. I'm not positive. Um, what's super sketch about it is the way that the dude handled it. I mean, he says he slept for 2 days. Slept for 2 days. But yet his lawyer said that that he was randomly in and out of the house for 2 days, and that's why he never saw anybody in his backyard. And the victim's phones were in the house, so he didn't see the phones. He didn't answer calls or texts or emails that the family sent. I don't know about all that. But yes, Derek Huff, that's it. Derek Huff. Gail says, "I prefer Max and Val." I do too, but I love Derek Huff. I love him. Um, but here it says, hold on, let me move my computer for just a second. Hold on, I'm gonna mute myself for just a second so you don't hear the noises because I got to move this around so I can move my. I almost said microwave, but I meant microphone. Hold on just a second. Not yet, Mickey. They're waiting still for the autopsies to come back. Hang on just a second, you guys. Dale just got home from work early, and I was just gonna chat with him for just a second. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, guys. Can you guys hear me? When I moved my computer and stuff around, it said my mic disconnected or something wonky, and I just want to make sure you could hear me still. Just wanted to make sure. Okay, Morgana says she can. Okay, good deal. Good deal. Hey, Susan. I'm not blowing your all's eardrums out or nothing, am I? Uh, why are we getting sued, Steph? Oh, oh, Lord, Tammy, that's funny. Um, is it that loud, Morgana? I can't tell how loud it is. Oh, okay, good, good, good. Don't freak me out. Um, so anyway, back to what I was saying. Dale had where he works, if they get they get a lot of stuff done through the week, so on Fridays they usually get off work early. So he popped in. I saw her comment. Yeah. About she sent that to me last night about the how the judge did. He said something about court TV and a YouTube channel or something. I seriously doubt he's talking about me. I mean, seriously doubt it, but I guess that's possible. I don't know. But anyway, so yeah, Dale got home early and he popped in and I had to chat with him for a little bit. So anyway, let's get back to it. Um, I wanted to read this here. It says this is just a little like a what do you call it? Introduction, so to speak, to in case you've not heard about this story. But on January the 7th, a group of Kansas City Chiefs fans got together to watch the last game of the regular season. 3 of those friends never came home. The night passed, and the next day, and the night after that, and the next day. Their families grew increasingly anxious. Finally, on the night of Tuesday the 9th, a woman called the police after making a horrifying discovery. Okay. Says, I got a call at work telling me that my son had passed, said Jennifer Marquez, mother of one of the men, and that they found him frozen in the backyard. Her son, David Harrington, 37, which is this guy here on the left, this guy right here, this guy. Um, Her son, David Harrington, 37, was found dead outside of a friend's home in the Kansas City Northland. So were Ricky Johnson, 38, the guy on the right of that picture, and then Clayton McGinney, 36, in the middle of the picture right here. That's Clayton and that's Ricky. Um, Police said they found no obvious signs of foul play. Mm. After you hear more of the story, you'll be like, I don't know that I don't know that I believe that about no foul play. I don't know that I believe that. But it says no one has been arrested or charged. A medical examiner is investigating to see what caused the men's deaths. An attorney for the man who lived at the home where the dead men were found said his client was cooperating with authorities. His lawyer says so he's devastated by the loss of his friend, said John Pacerno, I don't know how you say that, told CNN affiliate KMBC if there was something he could have done to help them, he would have done it. But more than 2 weeks later, the mystery continues to puzzle the Kansas City community. Harrington's parents told CNN in separate phone interviews that they don't understand the timeline. So when did he actually die? Harrington's father, John Harrington, asked. I mean, there's 48 hours in there. Nothing's making sense right now, said his mother, Jennifer Marquez. So this is the house where the dude lived. The dude's name is Jordan Willis or Williams or something, but this is the house where he lived. Okay? And there's like a fence. You can see a fence right here, and there's a fence on the other side too. Um, and then I don't know if there's pictures here of the backyard, but in this article, but there are pictures that I've seen online of the backyard. So if I don't see it here, then we'll find it. But yeah, they were frozen. Yes. Um, wonder if they got trashed and fell asleep. Were they in chairs? Frozen, says Mickey, but all of them, Steph? Right, I know. That's the thing. Welcome back, Lee. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. QB said I was hearing double and then realized I didn't turn my phone down. I just don't see how all 3 passed out and froze to death. I don't think that they just passed out. I think that there's speculation that they died in the house and he drug them out of the house. All right, QB, more coffee loading now. Tammy says, interesting. If one died of overdose, then you would think the other 2 would know. Even if one fell asleep, they all can't fall asleep at one time. Steph says, frozen is good though because everything is preserved. Alcohol and drug levels, no decomp. Exactly. Um, the thing is the temperature in that area was like, it wasn't like below 0 or nothing, right? It was cold. Um, There were more. There was a 5th friend there too, Steph, but apparently he says that they were fine and playing Jeopardy or watching Jeopardy on TV when he left around midnight. Yep. Yep. Mickey said, I just envisioned the dudes chilling and passing out drunk, sitting in a circle in chairs. Nah, no. No, one of them I think was on the back porch and the other 2 were in the yard, in the backyard. Uh, that's not how, no. You're all one of them maybe, but all 3, it's very suspicious. Yeah, it'd be more likely if it was a big house party, but there wasn't apparently when the one friend leaves, he says that, um, the ones that were left were the 3 that died and the one that owned the house that invited them to the party, right? But the rest of the apparently there were more that got there. Um, but they were not they had already left. Steph said, "There goes my scenario of not foul play." Gail says, "Yes, one on the back porch and the other 2 in the garden is what I saw." Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Um, all right. Well, let's see here. This says the men's bodies were found in the backyard of this house in northern Kansas City. You can see the amount of snow. Like, they didn't it's not like they were covered with snow either and couldn't be seen. Here it says CNN tried to unsuccessfully to reach the fiancé for this story. The fiancé, I think, was the one that, did they say? Yeah, the police said the emergency call came from the fiancé of one of the 3 dead men who went looking for him at the friend's house. Apparently, she went through an open window or busted a window out, um, and then found I think it was her fiancé that was the one that was dead on the back porch. Um, she was calling out Clayton's name. Eventually, she called the Kansas City police according to a police statement. Officers responded to the back porch and confirmed there was a dead body. Upon further investigation, officers located two other dead bodies in the backyard. According to CNN weather, Kansas City had a high of 37 degrees and a low of 29 degrees, with trace amounts of rain and snow on January 7th. Temperatures dropped to right around freezing just before sunrise on the 8th, and there was some snowfall. The police statement said that the resident at the house was cooperative with detectives the day the deceased were discovered. So the day that the deceased were discovered, apparently, like the next day, whenever, you know, these friends, um, or fiance or significant others or whatever of these three dead guys, when they don't show up at home the next day, then they're like calling them and they're not answering, of course, because they're dead. Hey, Henny. Hey, hey, hey. Um, and then they're calling the dude that owns the house and he never answers. But apparently, um, he had like his red receipts on, like where you can like turn that on, you know what I mean? Like let people know when you've read a text message. And so their emails were getting like read or whatever, their text messages, but he wasn't responding, replying, answering the phone calls, nothing like that. Now his lawyer said that he supposedly has something on his phone that keeps like robocall app or whatever where, unknown numbers won't come through or something, but I don't know about all that. Um, and the fiance had beat the door down trying to get them to answer the door because they pull over there, the family goes over there and there sits two of the vehicles and uh so they're banging on the doors and the windows. Well, they can't get over the fence, because it's a tall fence unless they tried to climb over it. I don't know. But the one, I guess, was the one that I think they said that she had gone through a window that was down in the base, like a basement window or something, and that's how she found the dead bodies in the backyard and on the back porch. But um I don't know if she was like afraid and just ran right back out where she came from, and then they called the cops. Well, when the cops got there, the cop goes and pecks on the door, and the dude instantaneously comes to the door and opens the door, standing there in nothing but a pair of boxers, holding an empty wine bottle. So he'll answer the door for these guys, for the cops, but not the people that's beating and banging forever and ever and calling and calling and calling. Um, so Steph says he knows exactly what happened. He knows he's at fault or he would have called for help. Gail says, yes, she broke the basement window. It does sound suspicious. Maybe the friend is lying about sleeping that long or he was on something. I could imagine him like being on something. Um, but I don't know about all the other. Oh, hey, Molly Rose. Hey, and welcome. Um, T Rev, one of the baby mamas, was on the live. Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I catch his stuff every once in a while. Thank you. Um, but the um I'm just kind of like thinking, okay, what if he is like what if he knows, right? That okay, something bad's happened. I think it's a possibility QB designs, but I don't know. Um, so he what if let's just think for a minute and think, you know, he wakes up. I don't know that I believe that he was asleep all that time because apparently his lawyer said that he was randomly in and out of the house. And there was questions about work, like, because this was on a Sunday and he didn't go to work on Monday, but apparently he had taken a week off, like a week's leave because he was supposedly moving. He was supposed to be moving out of his house. He had a U-Haul and stuff in the driveway or something like that. Yeah, play the devil's clavicle, right? Uh, but just imagine, if you think so, Steph? I don't know. I have no idea. I'm wondering if he's not using that as an alibi or an excuse that he was drugged up and slept for 2 solid days. First of all, I don't know if he's admitted to leaving the house, but if he did, he would have seen his friends' cars either in the driveway or in the road, his friends' cars, because their cars were still there. So what if he just puts, is like, "Here, let me just make it look like I've been on a bender for the whole weekend long, and let me go answer the door." And Spence messaged me and asked me, "What is a Devicles clavicle?" Oh, Lord. That's funny. Oh, that's super funny. Well, just in case anybody in here wants to know what a Devicles clavicle is, it's our version of devil's advocate. That devil's let me play the devil's advocate here. The labs don't show anything yet. They haven't gotten the labs back yet. Morgana said they said he did see the cars, but that wasn't unusual for them to leave them there. Who said that it wasn't unusual? The dude or the victims' families? Gail says he's got 2 pit bulls, but he had taken to his dad's before the party. See, that's another questionable thing because I've heard both. I've heard that he took the pit bulls to his dad's before the party, and I've also heard that one of the friends said that the dogs were there. His lawyer, Morgana. Well, see, then there you go. I don't believe a word his lawyer says. Oh, Lee, thanks, buddy. He comes in and sets up all the brunchy things. He comes in and sets up all the brunchy things. Except if they are easily excitable, I could understand. Well, I can understand, um, they have the whole backyard is fenced in though. That's why he's got a fence, I'm sure, is because he's got dogs. And it's not that cold out. I mean, yeah, it's cold, but it's not that cold. So, and that house is huge. You have a basement, you have an upstairs. You can't like put the dogs up like or outside or back and forth while you have company. I don't know about that. I don't know. It just sounds a little helter-skelter-ish, weird. Definitely weird. Definitely weird. Okay. And the next part says, "What Harrington's parents don't understand is how all that time went by without the resident of the house knowing his friends were missing or dead." The man's attorney declined an interview request from CNN, writing, "No more comments until the autopsy report is released." Kansas City Star has reported that he said the man fell asleep. Well, the attorney says that the man fell asleep as the three friends left his home, and he didn't know they'd been in the backyard. In an interview with KMBC, Picerno, whatever, dismissed the notion that his client had done anything wrong. I swear he looks just like Derek Huff. That's the Clayton fella. Let's find out what happened before we try to cast some blame at some innocent person who's guilty of no wrongdoing whatsoever. After she found out her son had died, Marquez said she asked a police officer if they'd served a search warrant at the house. She said the officer told her it would make sense when the rest of the story came out. Hmm. After she found out I'm rereading this. After she found out her son had died, Marquez said she asked a police officer if they'd served a search warrant at the house. She said the officer told her it would all make sense when the rest of the story came out. Hmm. In response to CNN's inquiry, the Kansas City police released a statement that said, in part, "The next step in the investigation is to receive the findings, preliminary or final, from the medical examiner, Frontier Forensics, who is the one that determines cause of death. It's still the case that no foul it is still the case that no foul play was observed or suspected." Neither the attorney nor the police have said when they expect autopsy reports to be released. Now, I thought I heard or read somewhere they said that the um autopsy wouldn't be back for like 6 to 8 weeks or something. Ooh, Steph got McDonald's. What'd you get? McDonald's. McDonald's. What'd you get? What'd you get? What'd you get? QB says, "Lee, how dare you forget the food?" So the police know something. Well, I mean, they act like they do, but if they're still saying that they don't suspect foul play, I don't believe that. When they throw out, "He once saved a man's life. Tell me you're guilty of something without telling me you're guilty of something." This dude will go first. Mm, 10-piece meal with sweet tea. Yum. Yum, yum, yum. All right. Um, David Harrington once saved a man's life. So it's this dude, the one on the left. Says Marquez finally recalled her son. She said she'd been in a severe car crash when she was more than 7 months pregnant with him. She was airlifted to a hospital. He was in fetal distress, and she was told he would be born dead or brain damaged. And he came out perfect, she said, her voice breaking. I guess that's his mom. Mm. She said Harrington had saved a man's life in 2022. In a social media post she shared with CNN, he'd written, "Just pulled an elderly man and his dog from this burning van before fire or EMS got there. He had oxygen and was trapped in driver's seat with it on fire. Typical Monday stuff, you know. He's okay and the dog is too." Mm. David Harrington loved his Chiefs. 2 weeks after he watched his last game, the Chiefs faced the Buffalo Bills in the playoffs. Dozens of friends and relatives gathered in a clubhouse. at a golf course to celebrate his life and watch the game. The Chiefs fell behind, took the lead, fell behind again. They were resilient that night, just like the man who barely survived his own birth. There in the clubhouse watching on TV, David Harrington's friends kept his memory alive. That's sad. And every time something good happened, his mother recalled they'd start chanting his name. Oh, that's sweet. Okay, let's see. I thought there was more to this particular article, but I'm not seeing it. Let me go find the other one. There was another really good one. Um, Steph got tired of waiting for Lee, right? She's like, "Well, forget this. I'm just gonna have to get out and go get me something to eat." I'll let him know I'm in the closet. Mm, that's funny. All right, let me go back. Mm, 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 mm. Hold on, I'm looking for another article. Okay, here, let me share this one. Let me share this one. Yahoo News. Okay. So, this one was posted yesterday, looks like. The homeowner told family members that the 3 pals froze to death. Yeah. I think the freezing to death part was probably secondary to whatever initially killed them. Anyway, so we have this is Ricky again. This is Ricky Johnson, David Harrington, and this is Clayton McGeeney. Um, see if I can find some more. Says now loved ones are demanding answers following weeks of what they say are inconsistent details from the men's friend and attorney surrounding the timeline. And news of a fifth man who attended the gathering that night has fueled even more speculation among family and friends. High school friends Clayton, David, and Ricky were found dead in the backyard of the rental home of their friend Jordan Willis, police said. Willis had invited them to watch the Kansas City Chiefs take on the Los Angeles Chargers. Okay, so apparently he didn't own the house, he rented the house. I don't think I knew that. Even if he would have locked them out. Right, another CG, exactly. "Hey, and welcome, welcome, good to see you again." They froze, but the frozen is after the death, exactly. Um, even if they were purposely not locked out of the house, um, they were 3 grown big men. You can't tell me that they wouldn't have been able to somehow or another climb that fence. It was a wooden fence. You know what I mean? It's not like they couldn't have got over that fence or busted it down or broke through a window or any amount of things. And it wasn't second of all, they said that the low that night got to like 29 degrees. So it's not like it was I mean, yeah, it was below freezing, but it's not like it was so cold that y you know? I just don't believe that. Let me see, let me see, let me see, let me see. Where did that go? Where did that go? Oh, okay. 2 days after the game, McGeeney's fiance visited the house to check on him after not hearing from him and said she found a body on the back porch. She called the police. When officers arrived, they discovered 2 more bodies in the snow-filled backyard. Here's the conflicting accounts. This is what I wanted to get to. It says on January 20, Willis's attorney told a local news outlet that after the game ended, the 3 men left the house and Willis went to bed. That was the last time Willis saw them. But on January 22nd, 2 days later, an unidentified 5th man, whose presence was not known in earlier accounts of the case, said that he was also watching the game at Willis's house that night. His attorney said his client arrived at the house around 7 p.m. and left at midnight. The man told a local Fox affiliate that Willis, McGeeney, Harrington, and Johnson were awake watching Jeopardy when he left the home. Um, Pacerno, whatever, confirmed to the news outlet that there was a 5th man at his client's house that day. He said that Willis got tired and went to sleep while there were these guys in the home. And as I know now, there was a couple of other people in the home. So it's like the story just keeps changing, keeps changing. There's always like, "Oh, well, here's a little bit more pieces of information. Oh, but no, take that piece of information back. That one wasn't right. It was this piece of information." So he's speaking on behalf of his client, right? But he's telling the information as he's getting it. And so it's obvious he's getting multiple stories from the Jordan Willis dude. Another CG says, "Even watching Jeopardy sounds sketch." I mean, some people love, uh, Jeopardy, I guess. I don't know. I mean, I will say that, I don't know. That is kinda weird. The dude was a sciencey kinda guy, though. Maybe he liked, um, oh, what do you call it? Trivia. Very sus. Very, very sus. Agreed. Agreed, agreed. Not men in their 30s, LOL. Okay, well, I mean, why would he have said that they were watching Jeopardy? Why would he say that? Is that just like some just random how they'll say sometimes that whenever people are lying, and trying to cover things up, that they throw in all these weird small details, um, that amount to nothing, like a hill of beans or whatever, to appear wholesome, says QB. Well, there's that too. Um, Jeopardy. Is there any way that he could have, like, gotten it wrong, whoever took the information down, and there's, like, some sci-fi movie called Jeopardy something, and they just misunderstood and thought that he meant Jeopardy the game show. I mean, that's a possibility, right? Maybe they were watching some movie with the word Jeopardy in the title. I don't know. Some people do like their trivia. That's true. And the one dude, the Jordan, the owner of the house, is a scientist. He's a nerdy guy. I don't know. I do not know. Do not know. Here I'm gonna put the link in again if anybody wants to hang out. Or if anybody's been watching this and they've like heard other things, I'd love to know. Gail says they may have been making a game of it to challenge each other. Well, maybe. I mean, people do stupid things whenever they're drinking, right? Mm, I don't know. Poppy, will you quit licking, please? This dog. A drinking game? Maybe. QB says great minds, Gail. I don't know. No idea. I mean, I could think of 100 ways to play drinking games that has nothing to do with Jeopardy. I mean, why don't they just play beer pong, you know? You know what I mean? I don't know. Um, Paserno confirmed to the news outlet, that there was a fifth man at his client's house that day. Um Oh, and as I know now, there was a couple other people in the home. I read that part. On January 24th, Paserno clarified the timeline, telling Fox News that the fifth man left the house first. Willis then said goodbye to Johnson, Harrington, and McGeeney before falling asleep on the couch. So then my question would be if he says goodbye to them and they leave, why would they go out the back door? Wouldn't he been like, guys, your car's out front? You know what I mean? Especially knowing that your backyard is fenced in and there's no way they can get to their cars if they're not, you know. Sorry, distracted for a minute. Gail says, I love Jeopardy, but I'm old and a nerd. Hey, I like Jeopardy too every once in a while. I just don't know that, like, the only way I would ever watch Jeopardy is if back when I had regular TV and would turn the TV on and it was just there, right? But anymore, you would like everybody streams things now, you know? So you're gonna like intentionally stream Jeopardy? QB says, me too, but I'm a dork. Lee says, I would join, but I'm about to eat lunch. Ah, well, have a good lunch. What are you gonna eat? Mm, oh, Lord have mercy. This phone. Sorry, guys. Why would you get slapped? He says, will not say why I do not watch Jeopardy. I would get slapped. LOL. Um, yeah, I'm just thinking, okay, if he's going to fall asleep, the homeowner or the home guy that rents the house is falling asleep on the couch and he's saying goodbye to his friends. They head out the door to leave and they freeze to death. Well, if you're saying bye to your friends You're saying bye. So you would see them go out the back door if that's where they ended up. I don't get that. The attorney for Ricky Johnson's family has called out apparent inconsistencies in their story. Initially, here we go, he was by himself. Now there was a fifth magical person who was at the house. Ross, what in the world is his last name? Really? I'm going to say Nigro because I'm not going to say it the other way because I don't want anybody to be all, saying I've said something I didn't say. The fact that the story has changed significantly makes it seem unbelievable and not trustworthy whatsoever. In addition to Mr. Willis leaving the residence and hiring a criminal defense attorney, those are all signs of someone hiding something, he said. Now, this is the guy. 2 days of no response. This is Jordan right here. This is Jordan with one of the dogs that he apparently sent to his dad's house. Let me see. Grilled turkey and cheese. Yum. That sounds good. Another CG says, I've not touched a TV remote in forever. Right? I mean, we have like Roku. So we have like a Roku remote, but it's not, still everything on the TV are different streaming apps. Like I physically have to hunt Jeopardy for Jeopardy to show up on my TV. It's not like I'm just going to flip through channels and automatically Jeopardy is going to be one of the shows. Um, Gail says I have that Weird Al song I lost on Jeopardy in my head. Oh my lord, I love Weird Al. Hmm. Why wouldn't he tell them wrong way, dude? Right? I know. Like, why are you going out the back door if you're leaving? Like when I have people here and they leave, I usually walk them out the door. I don't just lay down on the couch and cover up my head so I can't see which door they go out of. That's weird. Now, let's play Devil's clavicle. I know it's devil's advocate, but here we say Devil's clavicle. Let's do that. Let's say that the couch where he was going to lay down is on a different floor. Let's say, that the couch is upstairs or downstairs or wherever. And he tells them that, bye, see you later. And they like walk upstairs to go out the back door or downstairs to go out the back door. And they go out the back door and like, you don't lock your door when people leave. You don't like see them out. You don't, no, I don't. I don't know. QB says one day I'll jump on, but I got to get ready for work soon. Weekends are earlier second shift. Ooh. Well, have fun at work. It is a pretty dog. It is a pretty dog. Weird Al is awesome. I love Weird Al. Let me go back. Jordan Willis. So this is the scientist. This is the guy who um did not call police or anything while his 3 friends were dead in his backyard. So, looks like your normal everyday dude, right? Um, During the days leading up to the discovery of the bodies, Paserno said that Willis worked from home. Oh, here are some more inconsistencies, okay? During the days leading up to the discovery of the bodies, Paserno said that Willis worked from home, sleeping most of the time before police arrived. Multiple outlets have reported that after concerned friends and family had not heard from the men after the football game, they and the fifth man tried to contact Willis, but he did not respond. According to the local Fox affiliate, Paserno also acknowledged that two people came to the house, but Willis had been sleeping with earbuds near a fan and did not hear them. But Willis answered the door for police when they arrived, wearing just his underwear while gripping an empty glass of wine. An empty glass of wine. And that right there is sort of my I I'm just kinda thinking, like, I've got it stuck in my head that this dude is, like, already knows the chick has come in the house and found what she found in the backyard. He's probably heard her screaming, and he's probably like, "Well, crap, I'm out of time. I've still not figured out what I'm gonna do. Police are gonna be here any minute." And so, when the police come, he, like, stumbles fakely, pretendingly to the door and answers the door looking like he's half out of his baked out of his gourd in his underwear holding an empty glass of wine. Really? Like, "See, look, I'm holding an empty glass of wine." Who answers their door with a empty glass? In your underwear? Yeah, I get that, especially guys. But even that's a little weird. Um, the sound of the door generally have a different sound when closing to me, front to back, I mean. Mickey said, "Friends like that come and go, eat without asking, sleep over whenever they want. That's how they do it. I could see this happening if the story wasn't sketchy, LOL." Well, I get that, but even that, if he's telling them bye and that they're gonna leave, why are they gonna go out the back door when they can't get to their car that way because he has a fence? Exactly, QB. Exactly. Gail Gail's like, "Boxers or briefs?" I heard it was, um this says underwear. I think I read somewhere else it was boxers or shorts or something. You think there could have been something in their drinks? That could make sense. Maybe he passed out and they stayed to watch him. Maybe he passed out and they stayed to watch him. Speedos, says another CG. Maybe. We call them draws. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. And if there was something in their drinks, then why didn't he die too? I feel like they would have to be incapacitated to all freeze. Bubbles Crafty Corner says something sounds pretty fishy to me. Okay, I'm just gonna be, I just don't know just the 3 of the ones that died. I just don't think that, how do I wanna say this? I just don't think that anybody, even in a drunk or high stupor, is gonna sit out there and freeze to death. And second of all, yeah, it was cold, but it wasn't like, I don't even know. I don't even know. It just is ridiculous. And it would be one thing if one of them sat there and froze to death, right? But all 3 of them? No. 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 Tammy says they could have been poisoned and walked to their cars and fell to their death. Well, that's not what happened. They weren't nowhere near their cars, and they were in the backyard. Their cars were in the front of the house, and there was a fenced-in backyard. They couldn't have got to their cars through the back door. If they're drunk enough, they do not really feel it. Yeah, but you're not gonna freeze to you're not no, no. You think all 3 of them are literally gonna go outside and sit down and just sit there, and all 3 of them die? It looks, Morgana, like one of those wooden fences, like the tall, like, dark dog-eared panel fences, you know what I mean? Let me see if there's a picture of the house here. Uh, where did it go? Where did it go? Which way did oh, here it is, here it is. Oh, wait, 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 wait. Mhm. Hold on, I'm looking at something here. Bum, 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 bum. Mm, hold on, I'm scrolling, scrolling, scrolling. Scrolling, scrolling, scrolling. Okay, here we go, here we go, here it is. Let me share this tab here. This is the picture of the house, again, and you can see right here, it's like one of those wooden, tall fences, and there might be a gate there. There could potentially be a gate. Um, but 6-foot privacy fence. 3 grown men would bust open windows before freezing to death. Right, right. Well, and here's the thing, if you sit outside, say you're drunk, okay? You've been so drunk you pass out, right? I don't think that it's that I think that you would come to yourself long before you ever died from hypothermia, even with it being that cold outside. 1, because you do have the alcohol in your system, that warms your body up for one thing. For another, they were apparently in, um I can't remember if they said they had jackets on now or not. Maybe they didn't have I can't remember if they had jackets on. But, I just I don't believe that. Usually they have a gate. Okay. Two could prop up one to climb the gate. Exactly. QB says, I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt and not try him before charged or hearing, but something ain't right. Either he's hiding illegal behavior or he knows what's happened. Tammy said, I still think they had to have something put in their last drink and was in backyard smoking, and they were incapacitated that way and was leaving out the gate. Well, it said that one of them was dead on the back porch and the other two were in the yard. I don't know that it said anything about them being near the gate or a gate or the fence. Hey, Dawn. Hey, Dawn. Seems like they all ingested something that made them pass out. That's what I think. I think that they either drank something or took something or smoked something that had something in it. But my thing is, I don't believe that he would have been passed out for 2 days, and I just don't believe that. It's weird, especially because it said that he had read their messages. He's a scientist, he could have laced their cigs if they smoked. Good possibility. That's what I think, Tammy. I think it's something like that. Um, I just don't understand why his story keeps changing. Um, hold on, let me go back up to where we were at over here. I'm gonna reshare this back over here with you guys. Share this one. Good morning, Kayleen. How are you? Gail says, and his lawyer said he left the house, so he wasn't passed out the whole time. I know. I know. They did, Tammy, but I don't know. Family says Willis's story has a lot of holes in it. Here. Oh, hold on a second. I gotta plug my laptop in before it croaks. Hold on a minute. Oh. Okay. Let me see. Better, still feeling a bit of pain, but doing fine. Well, that's good. Hopefully the spot heals up pretty good. Hope you were able to get some good rest and rest for the rest of the weekend. Oh, hold on. Hubbin's knocking on the door. Hold on a second. Morgana says, sorry if I just scared you guys. Sorry. Morgana says that fentanyl is everywhere apparently, and it takes just such a minute amount to unalive you. I know it. I know it. It's scary. Um, Kayleen says, I was able to finish the T Rex yesterday. I'm loving the results. Oh, cute. Cute, cute, cute. As far as the fentanyl and stuff, I've seen, like, even, like, police officers who are doing, like, drug raids and stuff, or even, like, car searches, like, literally touch it or, like, accidentally inhale it if it's, like, in a powder form or whatever, and, um, like, literally overdose right then, you know? A huge problem here. They're lacing marijuana here, and it's so dangerous. Oh my god. If they touch it, it absorbs super quick. Yeah. Yep. I know. I know. I know. It's very dangerous. Hold on just a second, guys. I gotta take a quick break. I'm about to wee wee on myself. I gotta pee pee, wee wee, and heat my coffee back up. So I will be right back in just a few seconds. I'm back. I'm back. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. Kayleen says, "Why use a dangerous substance like fentanyl? I don't understand." I know it. Why would the drug makers use fentanyl if it kills? Is it just easier? I don't know. Don't know. Lee says a 10-year study of victims of hypothermia or abnormally low body temperatures has found that most people who freeze to death are intoxicated or without proper shelter. I'm sure the numbers have changed, as that was a 1982 article published by the New York Times. But Lee, let's say that that did happen, but if you if these were your friends and you are you gonna tell me that you would not know that you have 3 of your best friends laying out in your backyard dead for 2 days? That's what I'm saying. Um, family says Willis' story has holes in it. A family member told Fox 4 that Willis claimed to them his friends froze to death, but the families have said Willis's account of the night does not add up, including his claim that he slept for most of the 2 days and did not know those that there were dead bodies in his yard. It's got a lot of holes in it. Like the last time he saw them, they were leaving the house, but he didn't know they had left. That doesn't make much sense. Alan McGeeney, a cousin of Clayton McGeeney, told Fox. Jennifer Marquez, Harrington's mother, told News Nation that neither the families nor the friends believe Willis's story. He's not telling the whole story, he's covering something up. If you're telling the truth, the story should be the same. Ricky Johnson Sr. acknowledged in an interview that while his son may have used drugs before, he did not believe the 3 men did drugs and fell over dead. I'm not going to say that during a game he didn't have some drinks, but he wasn't irresponsible, that he was going to go outside and freeze to death, continued Johnson. But Willis's attorney has pushed back at the accusations that his client was involved in the men's deaths. Jordan has absolutely nothing to do with their deaths. He does not know the timing or manner of their deaths, nor does he know how or when they exited his house. The number one thing that people need to remember from our point of view is that these were his 3 buddies. If they were in danger, he would have helped them. If he knew they were out there, he would have called the police himself. Anything beyond that is pure speculation. Speculation station. Speculation station. Mickey said, I just find it odd. It's all 3. He has to be fentanyl or another similar drug. Um, oh, I agree to that point. I just it's just saying it does happen. Well, I mean, like I know, like for instance, Mickey and I, okay, we know of a girl, a young girl, who was high or drunk or both, um, that literally was found on the side of the road dead in the wintertime and she was frozen, right? Um, but what happened, I mean, she had been dropped off. Somebody had dropped her off or dumped her out of the car or something because I don't know if it ever was, like, brought what, like, the autopsy said or whatever, but I'm pretty sure she probably OD'd, and whoever she was with was like, "Oh, crap," and dumped her out of the car, and she laid there and froze to death. Oh, she left her papa's house. Okay, Mickey. Walking. At this point, that is all we can do with the available information is speculate, says Lee. Um, but the whole thing with him, I just feel like he's either covering something up because he's scared, but why would you be scared? Why would you know what I'm saying? Why would you be scared if you didn't do anything wrong? Say you did pass out. You wake up the next day, right? And then you see these 3 friends who are dead in your backyard. What's the first thing you're gonna do? You're gonna flip your lid and call 911. This person who was with her left earlier, I believe. Okay. Mickey or Lee says, "I'm sure there's more evidence that we are not aware of on both sides." Oh, absolutely, absolutely. If I woke up and I had 3 dead friends, I'd be calling 911, right? Lee, one of the men was on the back porch, and the other 2 were out in the backyard. But I don't know if they've said where in, um um, in relation to doors and windows. Um, Lee always playing devil's clavicle. Okay, what police have said Kansas City Police Department said they're probing this case as a death investigation and that no foul play was observed or suspected. Willis was cooperative with detectives the day the deceased were discovered, the department told Yahoo News. There have not been any arrests or charges, and no one is in custody. There are no specific threats or concerns for the surrounding community at this time. The next step is in the investigation is to receive the findings from the medical examiner, the statement continued. A local medical examiner conducted autopsies on the bodies and the results are pending. Hmm. Mm, these are just comments on the there's like 2.3 comments. Good gravy. Here, this says, if I learned anything during my cold weather training while I was in the army, and that's humans will go to great lengths to keep from freezing to death. In this case, with 3 grown men, that door would have been in splinters if the men weren't incapacitated before being locked outside. Yeah, they had their own vehicles parked in front of the house too. So, it like the whole like, people thinking, "Oh, well, they died from freezing." I just don't see that happening. I don't see that happening. Not I don't if they were just drunk, right? Um, I don't know. I don't know. Oh, wait, what did he say? I would never play with the devil's clavicle. I prefer women's clavicles. Or was that cleavage? Good lord. I was gonna say clavicles. Clavicles. Um, show more comments. Um, this says if there are no signs of foul play, this is just a random comment. If there are no signs of foul play that are obvious, then it all comes down to what was put into their bodies. If they were killed in the home and thrown outside, again, evidence sounds like substance abuse of some kind. And these three left at the same time and something struck them all. Why the other guy in the home didn't notice for 2 days is odd. Was he binging, blacked out for 2 days, not go outside because of the snow, a huge hangover? Toxicology is the key. And here's another thing. Um, what was I was gonna say, here's another thing. Now I've lost my train of what was I was gonna say. Hey, JB, how are you? How are you? Oh, you didn't get a notification. Oh, they had to have been incapacitated first. Yeah, I think so. Collarbones are close to the cleavage, so yeah, right. Oh God, you guys crack me up. Um, I don't know. I don't know. I wanted to see if I could find, hold on a second. Mhm, mhm, mhm. Mm, 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 mm. Mm, mm. I'm just looking online here. Yeah, someone here says maybe they were there. They left and came back, and the house was locked. Heavy drinker dudes often come and go and sit outside, but all three dying is impossible unless it was a fentanyl situation. Mm. Mhm. Mhm. Mhm, mhm. I'm looking at these different, articles. I'm not ignoring anybody on purpose. Not on purpose. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. I don't know, you guys. I feel like, um, what is this? Let me show this. This popped up in my Twitter. Okay, time to settle down. Brain is going into overdrive. Okay. So this here is from IAVI. I don't know uh what that is. Maybe the company he worked for or works for. Um says meet a visionary IAVI scientist. This was from 2022. Read the full interview to hear insights from Jordan Willis on how we can advance global health research and development with emerging technologies. And his quote here says, I hope my work will create an efficacious vaccine for HIV that will end the epidemic. And I think we are on the right track. The difficulty of the problem motivates me. Getting an efficacious vaccine for HIV is the hardest standing problem in the field of vaccinology. The out of the box thinking that is required to get an HIV vaccine is highly motivating. Jordan Willis, PhD, Senior Principal Scientist at IAVI Neutralizing Antibody Center, Kansas City, Missouri. Okay. And I have also read that friends of his, like a lot of people apparently did not like him and said that he was super weirdo. I don't know. I don't know. But I've read that. Read that. Don't know if it's true, but I've read that. Mm, mhm. All right. Um, yeah, right. Kayleen says I use big words to sound smart. I don't know. I don't know. Wanted to look for what is this? It says fact check. Um, I hate these places that have these ad blockers on, where you have to like turn your ad blocker off. Um, I don't know. I don't know if they've said anything about if the couch that he supposedly fell asleep on was, like, I mean, you think couches, although that is a big house, but you think couches, right, are where near a door, like near a front or a back door, right? Am I wrong? Mm, I don't know. I'm not buying it. That he didn't know, I'm saying. I'm buying that they took or drank something, right, but I'm not buying that he didn't know. Um, Bubbles says fentanyl is a dangerous drug. It just takes one drop on a pill and you'll be going 6 foot under in less than an hour. I had a cousin who overdosed on fentanyl. Yeah, I know, Sherry. It's not. Oh, we've had a lot of people in our family that have had that happen too. Sucks. Mm, trying to see if I can find any new information. Um, we'll have to wait and see what new information comes out. But this new like fifth friend, I don't know. Have they said who the fifth friend is? Um, I don't know if they've said who the fifth friend even is. And maybe I read it in that news article, but I don't remember if it said his name or not. I don't I don't know. Uh, Lee's back. Morgana says, "I don't think they have." Thank you, QB. You mean my coffee drinking picture? Mm. My coffee drinking picture, picture. Um, this house looks pretty big. I don't know how big. You know how sometimes it's kind of like the Idaho 4 house. They talk how big it looked, like from a computer or from online, but when you actually look at it, it's really not as big as it looks. This house looks massive, but maybe it's really not that big. I just don't know, um, like where the couch would be, you know? In this photo right here, though, hold on and I'll show you what I'm looking at. Mhm. Mm, 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 mm. So this one here, maybe if I can zoom in a little bit. Whoa. Let's get 93% off our first month. Subscribe today for $1. No, I'm gonna have to minimize it to make it to get that out of my face. Okay, right here. Let me see if you guys are seeing what I'm seeing. Okay. Do you see this right here on like this right here? Is that not a screen, a window screen? I don't know what window the girlfriend or fiance went into, but I mean, you have this random window screen right here that's propped up on the side of the house. So, and then here's the front door, right? But yeah, that window screen is propped up right there. So is that the window she went through, like right here? I don't know. Um, QB says, yes, I have one like that. I've never seen yours up on the TV though. Oh, like I said, he could just be hiding illegal drug use or activity, but something's hinky. Looks like it. Yeah. That is probably the window on the left she went into. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. But I thought they said she went into a basement window. And so in my mind, I'm thinking like the basement window would be like over here or something. Or would that be would you think that would be a basement window? Surely not, right? Hmm. I don't know. Mm. Alan McGeeney, Clayton McGeeney's cousin, said his cousin told him while they were working on a flooring job together that he was planning to watch the Chiefs game with friends on the 7th. Mm. Eventually, Paserno said Willis went upstairs to his bed and fell asleep. Wait, Paserno told Fox 4 that a fifth friend was at the home when Willis went to sleep, but told the Star the friend had left before everyone else. Mm, well, there you go. Eventually, Paserno said Willis went upstairs to his bed and fell asleep because he sleeps with headphones and a loud fan. Paserno said Willis didn't hear loved ones knocking at his door. But then somebody somewhere else, they say he said no, it was on the couch. He claimed Willis didn't receive any text messages or calls from loved ones of the men and hadn't gone to the backyard since he worked from home. Paserno told whatever that Willis had no reason to go to the backyard until police came to his home around 10 p.m. Um, It's still not known exactly what happened that night or why Willis didn't notice the bodies or the men's cars outside his home in the days after their deaths. Mm, I don't know. I don't know. Mm, let's see. Let's see. What are you guys saying? Yeah. I figure she did well, I mean, said that she went in through the window, so she would've either had to have taken the screen out or, you know, in order to go through it. Did it say if they were facing the gate or away from the gate? I don't know. The bodies, you mean, or a window? I don't know. Could be a basement or a sunken living space. I don't know. Um, it's funny because these different websites all have, like, little different, just little different pieces of information. Mm. In an interview with News Nation on Friday night, Paserno said his client had left the home sporadically on Monday and Tuesday. Then here it says he reversed course on Monday, saying that what he said was poorly phrased and offered a new explanation. What I meant to say on News Nation is that he left. He was sleeping and he left his bedroom sporadically. Well, what I want to know is did the dogs stay at his dad's the entire time? Because I've seen and heard bits and pieces that the dogs, like one of the people that was supposedly there had said the dogs were there. Yeah, Mary Lou Caden is around. He popped in the other night. Um, but yeah, Caden is still around. He's still around. Um, so how do you mess that up? How do you mess that up? If you say he'd said that his client had left the home sporadically on Monday and Tuesday, and he even did say that because he was working from home, he didn't have the need to leave, right? Like, at one point, he said he didn't need to leave, to go to work because he was working from home. But then later, we find out he wasn't even working from home because he had taken the week off work to move house. Like, he was moving out of this house into another one. So, Um, and then you say, "Well, I didn't mean to say that he sporadically left home," you know, to "Oh, I meant he sporadically left his bedroom." Just weird. Um, Paserno said his client never left the house from Sunday's gathering to watch the Chiefs game until after police arrived Tuesday night. Willis' attorneys said he didn't receive any messages or calls, didn't hear anyone knock on the door, didn't see any messages sent to him on Facebook Messenger until after the bodies were discovered. He didn't hear the fiance knock on the door or break into the house. But minutes later, he did hear police knock on the door when they arrived at his home after the girl had already discovered one of the bodies outside. See, that's just that nah. No, 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 no. Nope, 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 nope. And I'm telling you, I can feel it. He went to that door and answered that door in underwear and an empty wine glass or an empty wine bottle or whatever to make it look like he had binged all weekend. That's what he did. You only see people walk to the door with an empty wine glass or an empty wine bottle in the movies. That's not like, why would you, if you're out of it and you hear somebody pecking on your door, why would you grab the wine bottle or the wine glass off the nightstand or the floor next to the couch or the bed or whatever and carry it with you to answer the door? Why would you do that? Unless you want somebody to think visually, "Oh, this dude's been binging all weekend. He's, like, out of his gourd." Mm. Hmm. And then it says Fox 4 asked Paserno if drugs could have played a role in what took place at this Northland home. He said at this time, they are still working to determine that. Hmm. Mm-mm-mm. Alright, I'm closing out all my Kansas City tabs. Let's, see what the latest is in Jennifer Crumbly, the mama to Ethan Crumbly. Mm, mm. Ooh, wait a minute. Somebody says something about dad gave the shooter pills? What? Uh-oh. Apparently Jennifer Crumbly's, like, having emotional distraught issues in the courtroom. Hmm. Yeah, I think I'm gonna look it up and see what's going on over there for a minute. See what's going on over there for a minute. Let's see. Oh, I gotta put my headphones in so it don't echo schmecko. Hold on, I'm gonna mute myself while I get this headphone situation situated. Hold on. Okay, you guys, I'm back. I'm back. I want to see if okay, make the screen bigger. Turn the volume down a little bit so it don't bust your eardrums out at first. Let me go ahead and push play, see what kind of is going on at the moment. And I might rewind it a little bit because according to Twitter, about 10, 15 minutes ago, she was having a difficult time. People saying the judge needs to make her calm down. So we'll see. Just want to take a peep, be a fly on the wall in here real quick.
Specifically comparing what was found on Jennifer's phone with what was found. No, we're skipping.
You're skipping. Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to keep my numbers straight.
136 is in there. Thank you, Judge. So this is location data from his email, the email that he received the active shooter alert. Correct. November 30th, 2021. And this is at what time?
This is at 1:13 p.m.
Okay. Where is this?
This is at the Meyer. He's in the parking lot of the Meyer.
Okay. And that's the Meyer off of Ray Road?
Yeah, that's the one that I responded to, yes.
Okay, so that was the reunification location for all parents.
Correct.
Did he stay there?
No, he did not.
Okay. How long was he there?
I think just a matter of minutes.
But did he call Jennifer?
Yes, he did.
This is exhibit 137.
No objection.
137 is another.
This is a portion of the phone call from James Crumbly's cell phone download. November 30, 2021 at 1:15 p.m. He called Jennifer Crumbly.
That's correct.
Okay. And that was how long phone call?
Just less than a minute.
And based upon your analysis of his GPS locations, where was he at when he made the phone call?
Thank you, Lee.
In the Meyer lot, I believe.
Still in Meyer. Okay.
Thank you, Lee. Put your fingerprint on the thumbs up button and your DNA on the subscribe button with all other evidence on the notification bell, proving Crime Cafe guilty of entertaining, informative content. Thank you.
That's Jennifer Crumbly left her work around that time.
Yes, she did.
Okay. Exhibit 138 is a surveillance video of Jennifer Crumbly leaving work. Objection?
No objection.
138 is another.
So this is 1:18 p.m.
Yes, it is.
Okay, so this is after the active shooter alert went out at 109 and after she was on the phone with her husband.
Correct.
Sir, did it appear from your analysis that Jennifer and James Crumley spoke on the phone after she left work?
Yes, she did.
139.
I apologize, just really quick. 138 was the video we just saw. 139, we have no objection to.
139 submitted.
And okay, and both were admitted, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
It's the call log off the James Crumley's phone, November 30th, 2021, 1:19 p.m. And how long did they speak for?
They spoke for a little over 10 minutes.
Okay, when I say they, it should be clear.
James and Jennifer.
Thank you. Okay, could you tell that while she was on the phone with James Crumley, did she send any messages?
Yes, she did.
Okay. Do you recall who she sent a message to?
I believe it was Andy Smith. She sent a message to.
Do you know who else she sent a message to?
I don't recall.
Did she message her son?
Yes, she did. I apologize. Yes, yes.
Okay. So this is 140. This is location data.
No objection?
140 submitted.
Thank you. 140. This is GPS location data for James Crumley. This is 1:20 p.m.
Correct.
Okay, November the 30th, and this is at their home at 112 East in Oxford.
On East Street, yes.
Okay, so just to back up, just to make sure we're clear, James Crumley received the active alert email at 1:09.
Correct.
He called Jennifer Crumley at 1:15 while he was at the Meyer parking lot,
Correct.
and he leaves the Meyer parking lot and he's home at least 1:20 p.m.
Correct.
Okay, and they had a 10-minute phone call that began at 1:19 p.m. that indicates to you that they're still on the phone.
Yes.
Okay. This is 141.
No objection?
141 submitted.
Okay, so about this time of the day, could you tell if Jennifer was on the move?
Yes, she was.
Okay, so this is what time?
This is at 1:20 p.m.
Okay, and this is at her location of her employment, correct?
Yeah, Telegraph is Square Lake,
Okay.
south of here.
This is 142.
Thank
No
you, thank you,
objection?
thank you.
142
I am super
submitted.
excited about
So
that.
you said that while she was on the phone with her husband, she texted her son.
Yes, she did.
This is 142.
Okay, I'm sorry, hang on.
They said
Let me just pull it up
142.
real quick, I'm so sorry.
Maybe he's going to be my 142nd subscriber.
Okay, sorry, thank you. Sorry, thank you.
November 30th, 2021 at 1:18 p.m. Did she respond to the message that he sent her at 12:42?
Yes.
What did she write?
She said, "I love you too." Then says, immediately after that, "You okay?" Then 4 minutes later, she says, "Ethan, don't do it."
That was at 1:22 p.m.
Yes, it was.
That was after James Crumley was at their home, 112
Correct.
East in Oxford.
That's correct.
That's while she was on the phone with him.
Correct.
You said she sent a message to her boss, Mr. Smith.
Yes, she did.
We'll go back to exhibit 126. What did she write him at 1:23 p.m.?
123, she texts, "The gun is gone and so are the bullets."
And then what did he respond?
He responds with, "I'm praying everything is okay." And Jennifer says, "OMG," or "Oh my God, Andy, he's going to kill himself. He must be the shooter."
So that's right a minute after she wrote to her son, "Don't do it."
Correct.
That's while she's on the phone with her husband.
That's correct.
Did you come to find out that James Crumley called 911 that day?
Yes, he did.
Was that at 1:22 or 1:20, or was it later?
It was later.
And was it before or after they had this text message conversation?
It's after.
Phone call.
After.
Okay. So in fact, did you find that James Crumley called 911 at 1:34 p.m.?
That's correct.
Exhibit 143.
It's the the actual cause. No objection, thank you.
143 is another.
So just so council knows, it's all listed in the exhibit list. It says 911 call. Easier.
It does, but I'm like, there's one of me. I'm going as fast as I can. I'm
Okay,
trying.
No, that's right.
Exhibit
Okay.
143.
Okay, I'm not really sure. I'm at my house. There's an active shooter situation going on at the high school. My son goes to high school. I have a missing gun at my house. I need an officer to come to my house right away, please. Okay, I'm not gonna be able to get anybody to your house right now. So they're on the active shooter situation. I understand that. There's a million guns there. I have a missing gun and my son is at the school. And we had to go meet with the counselor this morning because something that he wrote on a test paper, and then I was down and I saw so much cops go somewhere, and I made sure that I wanted to get to the hospital, so I was going to the high school, and then somebody told me that there was an active shooter, and then I went home just to find out. And I think my son took the gun. I don't know. With him, I don't know what's going on. He's really freaking out. My son's name is Ethan Cromley. C-R-U-M-B-L-E-Y. I'm going to be careful for some time. Okay, to talk to the community and see if I can do anything for you. Okay, for example. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Cromley? Yes. All right, I'm gonna give your name and phone number, and I'm gonna have a representative that's out there dealing with the situation. He's gonna contact you, okay? What's your first name? My first name is James. And what's your Cromley? Yes. Okay. And what's that phone number for you? 240-760-643. Okay, do you know what your son was doing when he left the house this morning? He had on a pair of sweatpants and then like a gray shirt, a gray white sweatshirt. Okay. All right. All right, so he's gonna give you a call, okay? I can't give you a time frame because of the person in the middle of all of this. I can't give you a time frame, but we're gonna give you a call so that it's possible, okay? Okay. All right, thank you.
Yeah, Tammy, it's supposed to be the mom making the noise. So let me get this straight. That was the dad calling
So we saw
911 to
location
say,
data that James Crumley left the Meyer on Ray Road at 117, and he was home.
yeah, is that the dad supposedly calling 911 to tell them that he thinks that his son was the shooter? Because I couldn't really make it out.
By at least 120.
That's correct.
What's the relative distance between the Crumley household and Oxford High School?
Less than a mile.
Now, after this phone call was made, did you learn that James and Jennifer arrived at the Oakland County Sheriff's Office substation in Oxford?
Yes, I did.
It's 145. No objection.
Well, what is this, 144?
144, yes.
Okay, 144 is admitted.
So this is a call log. James Crumley's phone call. Are you aware whose number that is, number 17?
Yeah, actually, it's one of the sergeants in special investigations, Sergeant Joe Bryant.
Okay, so this is after the shooter is taken into custody.
Correct.
Okay, so you know that he was taken into custody right about 1 p.m. on November the 30th?
Yes, he was.
Okay, and this is 1:50 p.m.
Correct.
Okay, so Sergeant Bryan learned who the shooter's parents are and he made a phone call to James Crumley.
Correct.
And shortly after this, did James and Jennifer Crumley both go to the substation to meet with police?
Yes, they did.
No objection. No objection to 145 or 146.
145 and 146 are admitted.
Just quickly, this is the verified. They were in fact at the sheriff's office 148, both James and Jennifer Crumley. Is that right?
Correct. I'm sorry. Yes.
I'm sorry.
Correct. 150.
Oh, what, thank you. Okay.
Okay, so they're at the sheriff's office at 1:58. Did you come to learn when they went back home?
It was about a half an hour after, less.
This is 1:48.
Okay, no objection?
So you're able to,
This one and 147.
I'm sorry, 147 and 148. Thank you.
Okay, they're both in bed. All right.
So on Jennifer's phone, you can tell that she's at home by 2:30
Correct.
on November the 30th. Okay, and same with James.
That's correct.
Okay. So this is after they went to the sheriff's office and their son was in custody and they went back home.
Correct.
Now, sir, did you have the opportunity in the course of your investigation to review what we have referred to as the burner phones as well as the replacement phones?
Yes, sir.
Now, I'm gonna move ahead to December the 4th, 2021. Are you aware that they were arrested in the early morning hours of December the 4th, 2021?
Yes, I am.
This is 1:49, 1:50.
We have no objection to 149 or 150.
149 and 150 are admitted.
So I'm showing you 150. May I approach with 149?
Sure.
Sir, this is, why don't you tell me what that is?
This is a report from Celebrate, from a phone.
Okay. And that's from her, what we call burner phone?
Correct.
Okay. And up on the screen, 150 indicates that she had set an alarm on her burner
Robert,
phone.
I would just ask that the witness answer the questions. Leading.
That's fine.
Assisting.
That's fine. What is that, Sean?
This is, there's a thumbnail of what is seen on the right side of the screen there, of the alarms being set at 6:30 on Saturday morning or 6:45 Saturday morning.
And that's December the 4th, 2021.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Now, did you find evidence on the replacement phone, which is the phone that was ported with their original numbers, that they had attempted a two-factor authentication for social media accounts?
Yes, they did.
Okay. Now, we had talked at the very beginning of your testimony about deleted content and your ability to recover deleted content. Do you remember that?
Yep.
Okay. Were you able to uncover some deleted content in this particular case?
Yes.
And we've talked about the Facebook message chat between James and Jennifer Crumley,
Correct.
and you've already indicated that that chat was deleted from Jennifer Crumley's phone.
That's correct.
Are we able to obtain a Facebook thread between Jennifer Crumley and someone named Brian Malash?
Yes.
And was that through a Facebook search warrant?
Yes.
And did you uncover any messages before December the 1st of 2021?
No.
Okay. So if you were to learn that they had communicated on a regular basis through the Facebook Messenger chat, but you couldn't recover it, what would that indicate to you?
That it was deleted from the phone.
But on both ends, if you couldn't
Yes,
recover from the
correct.
server?
Correct.
Okay. Now, going through the evidence that you were able to uncover from Facebook itself, could you tell that some messages were selectively deleted?
Yes.
Okay. This is exhibit 151.
Is this one? Okay, no objection.
151's admitted.
So this is portion of what you recovered from the Jennifer Crumley and Brian Malash Facebook chat, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so what are we looking at here?
The first message is an automated one sent from Facebook to the device. You unsent the message.
Okay, and what's the next?
The next one says, from Jennifer, we're on the run again, helicopters, not sure where to, I'll message you.
And when was this message sent?
You can see it says +0 for UTC. So you have to subtract 5 from the actual time that's displayed there, from there. So that would have been 7:31 in the morning.
And what day was that?
7:31. That was on December 12th, or December 2nd, I'm sorry.
Okay, so the shooting was November 30th. That was a Tuesday. Wednesday was December the 1st. This was the morning of December the 2nd.
Correct.
And this indicates to you that they were deleted by Jennifer Crumbley?
Yes, correct.
How can you tell that?
The message, the automated response sent from Facebook saying you want to send a message.
Also 151. What time and day is this?
This is, it's 7 p.m. UTC, which is minus 5 hours, so it's 2 p.m. on December 2nd.
Okay, that's Thursday, December 2nd. And
I'm gonna go back, scroll back through and find his, this guy's testimony from the beginning. I think it was this guy that I watched earlier today. That was pretty good. Let me see if I can go back and find it. Let me see if this is where it's.
a message in this exhibit from Jennifer Crumbley to the individual who boards those two horses.
No. Has he been on the stand almost the whole day or what? Looks like it.
28 years.
Okay, in those 28 years, where did you work?
I started out in dispatch and went to corrections after that, the road patrol, and then eventually did computer crimes.
Okay. And tell me, when you say computer crimes, what does that mean?
Do anything that has to do with a computer, cell phones, forensic examinations of computers, DVR equipment, call detail records.
And how long were you in computer crimes?
10 years.
In your time in computer crimes, did you receive specialized training with forensic analysis of electronic devices?
Yes, sir.
May I approach the witness?
Sure.
This is exhibit 422. Sir, just confirm for us if that's your CV.
Smith, do you object to its admission?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. No objection to his admission and
Yes,
also no
proceed.
objection to his qualifications.
CV, so you would stipulate his qualifications, you would stipulate he's an expert in forensic examination of computers.
Yes, yes, sir.
Forensic,
Cellular cell phone forensics, historical cell site analysis.
Yes, the defense stipulates to both of those, the CV and the that he's qualified as an expert.
historic, say it again, please.
Cell site analysis and cell phone forensics.
Historic cell site and cell phone, okay. You may consider him as an expert in the area of historic cell site analysis and cell phone analysis. So, yeah, okay.
I was thinking it was him. Maybe it was someone else. Hold on a second. Let me scroll around through. Because I remember his testimony, if it was this guy he was talking about when he got to the scene.
For this situation in particular, I did some research. Facebook Messenger, for example, two people are having a conversation. I delete it on my phone. All I do is I tell my phone I don't want to see it anymore. Where Facebook, as the other person wants to see that conversation, won't delete it so that person can still read the conversation on their end of the phone.
Okay, so let's say you and I have a Facebook Messenger chat with each other, and I delete.
And I turn onto Ray Road, and all I see is
Okay, this is what I was looking for. This is what I was looking for.
I see kids that look like my kids. There were girls wearing real, small clothing. And I had one kid, I didn't have a shoe on. They were coming down the road, coming towards the mire, and just like walking across the snow. And I remember God, it was cold that day. I had 2 coats on and I was shaking when I got out of my car, and there was kids just walking past me, dressed like anybody in this courtroom is right now, they're not ready for the weather.
So you said you went to the Meyer on Ray Road.
Yes.
Did you learn that was the reunification point for parents and children?
At the time, I didn't know that was a reunification point. I just saw that there were a ton of kids going there. When I got out of my car, walked down there. They were sending everybody down to the garden area to try to get, names of people that had gotten to that point. And once I got, that would be at the south end of the Myers. Once I got to the garden area, there were kids just everywhere, just standing in the cold or making their way into I'm sorry.
Okay. What did you do when you arrived? Where did you go?
Like I said, I went to the garden area. I picked up on what they were trying to do. They were passing out notebooks, just to write down everybody's names and phone number, all the students that were coming in. So I first started just collecting that. And then they started telling everybody, we got to go outside and get all the kids inside, because again, it was freezing out there. And so I go back outside and I start like trying to direct people like to go inside. And I know the trauma they just experienced. So I'm not gonna force them in the building. I'm not gonna grab them and drag them in there. And I remember putting my arm on a couple of the kids' shoulders, and like they didn't move, they didn't nudge, they didn't do anything. There were parents there just standing there. There were some parents that had made it reunified with their kids. I remember seeing school buses pull up.
School buses with
Students on it for that had made it out of the school.
Did you go to the school?
Yes, I was probably at the Meyer for like 15 minutes, 10, 15 minutes maybe. And then Detective Jeff Enger had called me and said that he was attempting to obtain the security footage for the school.
Where does Jeff Enger work?
He's also a detective at Peterson unit, works with me.
So you were asked to go to the school?
Yes, sir.
Why were you asked to go there?
At that time, I was a little more versed in DVR systems. Detective Enger had told me that he was looking to trying to get that off of there, and he just didn't, he wanted to get it right, of course. And so he asked me to come there and help him.
Okay. So you drove to the high school from Meyer, or did you walk?
I drove.
Okay. And where did you go when you got there?
I drove to what would have been the north entrance of the school.
The main entrance?
Yes, main
Okay.
entrance.
And tell me what you saw when you walked in.
When I first walked in, well, there's vehicles people walking in and coming in and out, crazy chaos. And I walk in and Detective Sergeant Sean Wilson was standing at the door, keeping security, so to speak, at the time, making sure people aren't coming in, they shouldn't be there.
Okay. And where did you go?
I asked where the security office was, because that's where Detective Enger told me he was. And people pointed me, eventually it was back behind the main office.
Okay. So tell me what you did when you arrived and who was there.
Jim Rourke was there, who was a school security at the time. He was trying to get the video footage. Detective Jeff Enger was in the room. Lieutenant Marsban was in the room. Deputy Lewert, who was a school resource officer, was in the room. And ATF agent was also in the room.
That was Mr. Brandon?
Yes, exactly, yes.
Special agent, not Mr. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Did you know him at the time?
I had no idea who he was.
Okay. And you said you had a familiarity with DVR systems, that's why you were called.
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay, so what was your specific role at this
I'm
time?
sorry, Gail. I hope that they would be there sooner.
I'll be honest, I wasn't given a direct mission or anything at that time, because they were looking for a second bad guy or third bad guy. And so I knew that people would want to know, the bosses would want to know what happened, like how did, where did it start? Who was it if they didn't know that, or were there more people or whatever? So we just started to look for the shooter in the hallway that started.
Was the school made safe at that point? They were still clearing the school?
No, it was not.
Okay, so the officers were still conducting their searches, because like you said, they weren't sure if it was one shooter, two shooter, one shooters. Okay.
It might have been, I'm sorry. it might have been 1:30, 1:45 at this time, maybe a little bit later than that,
Okay, that's the time you arrived at the school?
and got to the office,
I got
correct?
to the office, okay, thank you. Did you learn how many surveillance cameras were active in Oxford High School on November the 30th of 21?
Yes, there's well over 90 of them.
Okay. And so it was your job at that point, or your role as you saw it, to identify who the shooter was?
Correct.
Okay, so how did you go about doing that?
We started in the hallway, the 200 hallway where it all started, in the bathroom that the shooter came out. And we attempted to backtrack him going in there. I remember it took us like 15 minutes to try to figure out because he had actually changed his clothes. We didn't know who the shooter was. We didn't know his name in the office at that time. He was in custody at the time. We didn't know. And I remember someone in the office, someone saying, eventually giving us his name and then saying that he was in the school counselor's office earlier that day. So we went back to that time of day when he was going in and out of the school counseling office to find out what he was actually wearing at that time. And we were able to follow him to the bathroom then.
How long did that process take you?
Well, because we didn't know what he was wearing, it took us 20 minutes to try to figure that out.
Now, are you the person, so you backtrack to the point where the shooter walked into the bathroom that he emerged from to begin the shooting, is that right?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay. So are you the person, the investigator, who actually put together the footage of the shooting itself?
Yes, sir.
So you're familiar with the path the shooter took in the school?
Very much so, yes.
I'm gonna ask you to walk us through that. So he said, you told us that he went into a bathroom, that's the bathroom adjacent to room 258?
Correct, yes.
Okay, tell us what happens next.
He comes out of the bathroom. What I envision is he comes out of the bathroom with a proud chest, with his, almost like his shoulders are back, like he looked excited. He comes out of the bathroom and immediately to his left is a victim, and he shoots her in her neck, and then her boyfriend was there and shot him in his he put his hand up and shot him in his mouth.
And that's right outside 258?
Yes, sir.
What happened next?
He then quickly turned his gun to a group of 4 girls that were just standing there. He shot Hannah St. Julian, and she immediately fell to the ground. And then he continued shooting in the area that those girls were, and they sort of just like fell on top of each other, because they were hit as well.
Yeah, first one is,
Sure.
this is a map, it's already been admitted, you can use it to describe.
What exhibit number?
That's 5, Judge, thank you.
Judge 5, okay. Exhibit 5.
At this point, it's under a minute that all that shooting happened. And then, so at that point, obviously, it must have really, again, kicked in, for lack of a better phrase, to the victims in the hallway, and they started running. Then the shooter, with just a one-arm grab, just started firing rounds down the hallway, with no regard for obviously anything, and bullets are flying, and there's one girl who was, you see at the end of the hallway. She just, as the shooting starts, she drops down into the fetal position, in attempt to protect herself. And the shooter runs up to her and just puts the gun right to her head. And that was Madison. And you see her fall over. He then goes around the hallway. And at this time, all the kids have gotten out of the area, most of the kids. You see 2 girls. One stops at a classroom that obviously the victims inside have already locked the door, so you can't pull it open. You see her trying to tug on that door. And there's another girl with dark hair that comes running up behind her. and like grabs her while the shooter is just shooting down the hallway. And then they just take off running further down the hallway. Then now he's rounded the corner from where it all started. Continues going down the hallway. I think he, at that point, he might have reloaded his gun and continued down the hallway. I'm sorry. And then he stops as he gets to, like, there's a courtyard, what they call the cubby. Jim worked on what they call this area the cubby, where the cameras are. And you see Tate near, he comes in the door and then just takes a left. He must not have known what was going on. And that's when the shooter leveled the gun, like if you were at a gun range and practicing, leveled the gun, appeared to look down the sights of the gun, and fired around. Tate just fell instantly. He continues on down the hallway, walks past Tate, doesn't care to acknowledge the fact that even happened. I'm sorry. Prior to walking down the hallway, that's right, he, while Tate's body was laying there, you see the shooter with the gun still level fires another round, and it causes Tate's body to jerk. I don't know if you hit him in the hip or the backside or whatever. Tate's body jerks, and then the shooter walks past him. You see his feet at the top of the camera frame. There's not a camera that picks him up because if there's not enough movement, they don't start recording. But you see his feet stop in what I later found out to be a teacher's classroom, and he turns and then he fires into that classroom. He continues on down the hallway, looking into classrooms and stuff like that. There was one, as he gets so far down the hallway, he had fired a couple rounds down the hallway. Once he gets to a certain point, all the children are gone at this point. The teachers had gotten him out of there, had ran, out of the building and out through the door, wherever the heck they could get out of there. As he's coming back, you see him stop because the way that classroom was, if you're walking away from it, it's on your right-hand side, you don't see the classroom because it's actually behind you at this point. But as he's coming back, he must have seen people hiding in a corner because he can now see through the window, and he fires off a few rounds through that window. He keeps coming down. He's coming back down the hallway now at this point. And then the assistant principal, Gibson Marshall, I didn't know her at the time. He walks right past her, and sort of, I don't know what she said to him, but if she said anything, but you see like the shooter as he's walking by and the gun's in his hand, and he sort of just turns his head and just, I don't know why, but he turns his head and looks away from her, doesn't even look at her as an acknowledge her as he's walking past. And then he continues on down the hallway and stops at the bathroom where Justin was killed. And just like an abrupt stop, like, okay, well, and he just turned right and went to the bathroom.
So I didn't tell you I was gonna ask you that. You obviously have this committed to memory.
No, yes.
How many times have you seen this footage?
Like I said before, it's I don't know, it's burned in my brain.
And it was your responsibility to obtain that footage, to get the information to officials at the sheriff's office and federal law enforcement as well?
Yes, sir.
So you were the person that had to watch, rewind over and over again?
Countless times, yes.
Judge, this might be a good time for a short break.
Okay.
Your Honor, my client could use a second if we could, please. She's like, I'm trying to like,
Okay,
if we could.
It's the mom making the mom sitting there at the
okay, so we're gonna
defense
take
table.
a 10-minute break, so if you
It's
can
Jennifer
run
Crumley.
these up here
She's
at
the nose sniffer.
I'm Sergeant, I'm in the habit of demoting and promoting people while they're on the stand. You're Sergeant?
No, ma'am, I'm an analyst.
You're
Civilian
analyst.
employee,
Oh,
I'm
you're a
sorry.
civilian.
I'm sorry,
Okay,
ma'am.
you dismissed her. Okay,
Yes, sir.
You are still a witness and still under oath, so you can't discuss your testimony with anyone during the break.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right, you can step out.
Gonna fast forward it a little bit. Do a little time warp. Do a little time warp. Can you not hear me, Mickey? Time warp, time warp, time warp, time warp. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm.
Now, just one more question about November the 30th. When you arrived at the Meyer on Ray Road, with your
Right, Joanna, I know it was super duper sad.
Dozens of parents just standing there just waiting.
Now, I want to direct your attention now to
Right.
the late winter.
Oh, you're a
of
civilian now?
2021
Okay,
and
okay.
The early spring of 2021. Specifically, how you came to know about information regarding that time period in your review of the defendant's development. So I had already introduced this exhibit 79 is the photograph, 80 is the metadata. Okay, and if you could tell us, did you recover evidence around this time frame that was of note to you of an investigator in this case?
Yes.
Okay, so like I said, we're gonna start with March the 9th and move backwards from there. May I first witness?
Sure.
This is people proposed 81. Sir, I've just handed you a map. We were talking about metadata and how it can occasionally give an investigator an idea of where and when a photograph was taken.
Right, Joanna, I can't imagine, like, if I had that kind of a job and had to go do that, like, see that, I would quit my job the very next day. There's no way I could. No, Yeah, Morgana, the dad's supposed to be going on trial soon after this one. I thought that they were gonna like, um, because it said something like, I thought that they had combined them, like, done, like, one trial together, but apparently they split them. Yeah. Mickey said, "Was someone crying? Sorry, I just tuned back in. Geez, I sound like the devil over here." It's the mom that's on trial, sitting right there next to the lawyer in the blue top. She's the one that you keep hearing crying, like, nonstop. And they were saying, online that they don't see why the judge doesn't, like, tell her to try to keep her stuff together, but, I mean, it's gotta be hard, right? I can't imagine.
Okay, and if we look at the screen here on exhibit 80, we have coordinates at the bottom of that metadata, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and so 81 I just handed you, that's the coordinates plugged into a map.
Yeah, in the Google, yes, correct.
People move to admit 81.
No objection.
81's
I'm
admitted.
sorry, 80,
It's a Google map of metadata.
yep, no objection.
81's admitted.
So this is 81 on the screen here, and that tells you, in addition to the metadata, where that picture was taken, where that device was when the picture was taken.
Correct.
Okay, and again, this is March 9th of 2020.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, now I'm going to ask you about what Jennifer's son was texting Jennifer about on March 9th, 2021. May I approach the witness?
Sure.
This is People's Proposed Exhibit 82. Sir, those are text messages exported from Jennifer Crumley's phone. Have you seen that in the past?
Yes, sir, I have,
Okay, and how did you come to see that?
from a phone extraction.
Okay, and you extracted the information, you reviewed those messages?
Correct, yes.
People move to admit 82.
Well, but she's the one on trial, and so, they don't, you know, uh, they can argue that she's only doing it to, uh, make the jury feel sorry for her, right? QB says, "Okay, y'all, I'm headed to work. I'll try to pop back in after I get settled, but if not, y'all have a great weekend." You too. Thanks for hanging out with us today.
Any objection to 82?
I'm sorry.
82 is a text message between shooter and Jennifer, pages 105, 106, dated March 9th, 2021.
Yeah, I believe that the court, I've previously
Previously
objected.
lodged an
Thank you.
objection that I thought I ruled on. Correct, it's preserved. 82 is admitted.
Thank you. Sir, I'm gonna publish that to the jury. That's multiple slides, and then you can look at the screen. So this information is from Jennifer's original phone. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And so People's 82, we have multiple slides here. The blue is the defendant's son. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And what is he writing on March 9, 2021 at 7:50 in the evening?
He's asking if Jennifer could come home. There's someone in the house, I think.
Okay. And what's the next text he writes?
It's, the third one says someone walked into the bathroom and flushed the toilet and left the light on.
Okay, that's March 9, 2021 at 7:50.
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay. And then March 9th, 7:50, 52 seconds. What does he write?
And I thought it was you, but when I came out, no one was home.
And then he writes, "There's no one in the house though."
Correct,
Dude, my door just slammed. That's at 8 p.m.
yes,
Maybe it's just my paranoia. That's at 8:01 p.m. March the 9th.
yes.
Okay. And then this is 8:01 p.m.
Wow,
text to
Joanna.
his mother, the defendant, but when are you going to get home? And when was the next text response in the phone download that you recovered?
The next response was the following day on March 10th, where she said, "Where's your dad?" At 10 a.m., 10:21 a.m.
You gonna approach the witness?
Sure.
This is People's Proposed Exhibit 83. Sir, take a look at that and tell me if you recognize what you're seeing in the jury.
Yes, sir.
And how do you recognize that?
It's an extraction report in a PDF format of a call log from a cell phone.
Okay, and that call log specifically was recovered on the shooter's phone.
Correct.
Okay, this is from March of 9th, 2021 to March the 20th, 2021.
That's on the last page. Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you. People move to admits 83.
And I have no objection to that.
83 is admitted.
So the slide I'm going to show you, it's a snippet of that. We're going to go back to exhibit 83 throughout your testimony.
Okay.
Specifically, because we're talking about March the 9th right now. March the 9th, 2021, the phone call to either his mom or dad to his father, James Crumley. It was a missed call at 7:31 a.m. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And his mom called him at 8:38 p.m. March the 9th. I'm sorry, March the 10th.
Correct, on the 10th.
Okay, so the time those text messages were being sent to his mother, there were no phone calls or texts back in that relevant time period.
Correct.
Now, I'm going to back up a day to March the 8th. To give this context, may I approach the witness?
Sure.
This is People's Proposed Exhibit 84. Sir, 84 is the portion of the Facebook thread between James and Jennifer Crumley, pages 386 to 388 from March the 8th of 21. Is that right?
Correct.
And you've seen this before?
Yes, sir.
People move to admit 84.
No objection, Your Honor.
84 is admitted.
So I'll direct your attention to the screen. This is blue again is Jennifer, green is James, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and that's because this chat specifically was deleted from Jennifer's phone.
That's correct, it was.
Okay. So Jennifer's words, Ethan going to bowling. Was James right?
IDK, I don't know.
And she writes, what do you mean IDK? His response,
I don't know exactly what I said. We'll know after he gets home.
and Jennifer wrote, does he have his phone? Why isn't he home yet? He should be home by now. That's March 8th, 21 at 3:12 p.m.
That's correct.
Okay. Then she writes, freaking out. And James's response,
He does not get home until 3:16.
and then Jennifer wrote, I told you to pick him up because he's upset and I don't want him to do anything stupid, goddammit.
Correct.
That's March 8th, 21, 3:13 p.m.
That's correct.
Okay. And James writes, dude, chill, he is fine, and I'm trying to fucking work.
That's
Oof,
correct.
language,
So for
language,
context,
language.
The day before, those text messages were sent by the defendant's son to the defendant.
Correct.
I want to move on to March the 17th of 2021. May I approach the witness?
Sure.
This is people's proposed 85. Sir, 85 is the Facebook thread between James and Jennifer Crumbly, pages 432 to 435 from March 17th. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
And how do you recognize it?
Again, it's a printout of a Facebook chat.
Okay. And you've, of course, seen that before?
Yes, sir.
Because you were the one that pulled the information?
Correct, yes, sir.
What number is it?
85.
85.
People moved to mid 85.
Your Honor, I'm trying to pull it up right now.
Okay, sure. It's hard for me to determine from this list.
Your Honor, I
Which
believe,
exhibits have been subject to previous rulings, just so you know.
Thank you, Judge.
Your Honor, I do object to 84 because there's portions of it that don't need, are not admissible, in my opinion.
84 is already.
I'm sorry, 85. I'm sorry, 85. There are portions of 85 that the defense objects to, and they have not.
Yeah, I would imagine, Joanna, that I mean, and when you have something like that's that big, I would imagine it would take so long before they would let them be taken out because, I mean, just so much evidence has to be looked at. And like you said, those little yellow markers and all that kind of stuff. Ugh. Oh, who's cussing? Not me this time. Yeah, he said a couple really bad, like, flop those words out. It always, like, floors me when lawyers do it. But he was reading, text messages from from the conversations between him and, or between her and either the son or the husband. So, anyway.
Been previously ruled upon by the court. May we approach?
Yes. Do you want to go in the hallway? I don't know. Because
I think we first need to find what the actual objection is.
The
Because we have
objection,
a foundation to chain, we have a foundation to we have a stipulation to chain in the foundation. He's already testified to a number of portions of this very same Facebook thread.
it's hard for me to know if I've seen this one before or if I know what it is.
this has not been the subject of a prior ruling.
Okay.
I object to portions of page 432. It does discuss a topic that has been ruled to be inadmissible. So I'm asking that those portions of 85 be struck. They're irrelevant.
Okay, can I see it?
May I approach?
Yeah, that might help.
May I approach?
That may or may not help.
Do you want this?
Private, private, private. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. They privated that little bit of a sidebar city out, I guess. Joanna, that would be
All right,
amazing.
You can step down if you want to, it's up to you.
That would be
Yeah,
amazing.
it's up to you. Most people don't want to stay seated there, so.
Oh, yeah, fine, thank you.
All right. So an issue came up, I'm hoping that we're not going to have to exclude the jury with every exhibit. So some of this I'm relying on memory. So a year and a half ago, some evidentiary rulings were made. This might be an overgeneralization, indicating that the fact that there was alcohol in the home in and of itself was not relevant, right? And then there was a ruling about, what became the prosecutor's attention?
I'm listening, Judge.
What's your,
Sorry.
okay, what,
Sorry.
yeah, what's, okay,
He's
what,
just bringing me up to speed. There wasn't room for me to. interrupt.
okay, all right, so, there was a ruling about,
Council moved to exclude certain pieces of evidence, and this court made a record that was June the 27th of 22.
okay,
And in that record, actually it was page 40 of the transcript, the court specifically said, that it was, the court indicated that it was based upon a preliminary examination transcript. As the court recalls, neither party stipulated the exam transcript for the factual basis, and the court indicated that more evidence is being found even as we speak. I don't want to paraphrase because that's not a verbatim quote.
okay,
And in defense counsel's opening, so to bring the court up to speed on the record, counsel asked to approach and objected to any reference of alcohol. There's one text in this text message thread or Facebook thread between James and Jennifer. Jennifer on March 17th says, "Gonna get drunk and ride my horse." James responds, "Well, don't get drunk." They have a couple of more text messages in the midst of a conversation that is pertinent to our proofs. And that's because the next exhibit will be text messages from the school shooter to Jennifer Crumbly about seeing demons. And then there'll be evidence of a lack of phone calls,
okay,
lack of text messages back. And to get back to the court's ruling, the court said no evidence of alcohol or substance use unless it does show some type of parental neglect.
okay,
So these particular messages are the same time, the same date where the defendant's son is experiencing or stating that he's experiencing hallucinating. So
Okay.
this is all relevant.
And Your Honor, my point is, on exhibit 85, there are texts that do not need to be included to make the point that Mr. and Mrs. Crumbly were at the barn and not with their son. We're objecting to the texts that include buying beer, being drunk on a horse. They are irrelevant. They are also irrelevant to someone being a hypervigilant parent. I would consider myself a hypervigilant parent, and I have some cocktails once in a while. That issue is not relevant. The alcohol is not relevant. It's just an unnecessary part of this text to make them look like they're out drinking, when the whole point is that they're out with their horses and not with their son.
Judge, it's not counsel's idea, but the point is.
no, it's not just that they're out with their horses and not with their son, and there's no crime, there's obviously no crime committed by people with children having cocktails, and half this room would probably be in jail, but that being said, the issue is whether or not the shooter's texts are being ignored. That's the point of it.
Right, Judge. And there is enough for proof. There's substantial evidence that has been excluded that shows the substance use of James and Jennifer Crumbly. Substantial. We're not introducing any of that because of the court's ruling. But directly on point to this, in the midst of a conversation, it is relevant. It's material, it's probative, it's under 401 people we know.
Okay, well, am I able to see a specific picture of, because some of it might be, some of it might not be. So I don't want to do this while the jury is waiting. Is there more things like this that it's if the shooter is having some trauma, feeling some trauma and reaching out to his parents and they're ignoring him, that evidence to me is obviously relevant.
Love you,
Correct.
sweet
So
Joanna.
if-
Love you, love you.
I'm not objecting to all of 85. I'm objecting to the portions about alcohol.
Okay.
Judge, the door has been open. Counsel specifically said, I think more than once, that her client is a hyper-vigilant mother.
That is
Nobody says anything about having a cocktail, but when there's evidence to show that they are drinking when the son is texting things to the mother, no call back, That's important, and it's important to show the jury what they actually did and spend their time on.
Okay, can I see the text thread again? And is that the only one? Because the jury's pulling their heels on that. Is there any more like this?
There are more like this. And
Okay, well, maybe we need to do this at 6 o'clock tonight. Or should have been raised last night. Okay,
So these exhibits were turned over a long time.
I know.
no. I got all these text messages a long time ago.
Okay,
I found out what they were planning to use from the boxes and boxes of information. I found that out
It's ridiculous.
on,
Okay, you've had this
excuse me, on
discovery.
Tuesday night. Yeah, I've had this discovery, but I can't file a motion to exclude every
Uh-oh.
single line of these things. I filed many motions.
Okay.
I filed a motion about the alcohol. This part of the text that they
They're
told me
getting
2
hot
weeks
and
ago they're
hammy
gonna
and
use
fiery and
includes
feisty.
alcohol. I'm just asking that the alcohol portion be struck.
okay. I understand that, but there's been, I know that there's a lot of exhibits. And I know there's a lot of documents, but we could have had a massive motion and lemonade fest a while ago, right? So I am loath to make the jury sit there while we're going line by line through evidence. That's very problematic to me.
I didn't intend for this issue to take a long time. I thought this would be a simple objection to just take out the text about drinking, and that's it.
Okay, but, okay, so she says, I'm gonna get drunk and ride my horse. Okay, so that might not be specifically relevant, but at what time is he?
No, Lee, this is a
When she's on her
trial.
horse, that's when he's texting her.
Okay,
And just because she's on her horse and he's texting her, doesn't mean she's looking at the text and ignoring him and saying, I'm gonna have a drink instead of I mean,
okay, my understanding was there was a large period of time where he was texting her and she was with her horse. And then maybe sent a picture of the horse. I don't know.
Correct.
Tell me.
right,
Yes,
she's
that's
out
what
of,
Judge-
you're gonna hear testimony from other witnesses that the cell phone signal doesn't work out where the horse place
Well, then
is.
that's argument for counsel to make.
It is.
Right, but the fact that they're having beers out there with the horses is not relevant to the point the prosecution's even trying to make about the fact that they're unavailable and not responding to their son.
Okay, there's a text from James Crumley. This is not when I like to do this. Okay, she says, gonna get drunk and ride my horse. That's at 1:30 in the afternoon. When do you say he's trying to contact her?
That was a day during the week when she was at work. After work, she went to the barn. The text being around 5:50 PM. When she's at the barn, we know that from pictures and metadata.
Okay, then cans.
And so the court is aware there are no other, we took all other reference out prior to trial of alcohol use in accordance with this court's order. Of course, that's subject to the door being open.
The door was not opened by me saying that she's a vigilant mother.
Okay, so they go to the barn after work. Is that correct? Do we know what time approximately they go to the barn? Because this text is at 1:30, right?
Those texts are from during the day when they're making plans to go to the barn after work.
Right.
And then
Wait, that's not what I asked.
I believe the text says something about leaving now at,
Okay, so when are they at the barn in relation to his texts about demons?
At the same time,
Okay, but is that at 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock?
the
8
first text, the house is not haunted, 6:03 PM.
Okay,
There's a picture of James on a horse taken by Jennifer. There's a picture of Jennifer on a
and we have
horse
no
at the same
objection to
time.
that.
okay, all right. So she says, I'm going to get drunk and ride my horse, that she's expressing her intention for that evening.
Correct.
I'm going to allow that text, but not the next one about, well, don't get drunk, we are definitely gonna have some drinks, I need to stop and get me a 12-pack of Budweiser bottles, please, I'm gonna keep that out. All right, and, all right, I'm gonna keep that out. She is indicating her intention to go later and ride her horse and get drunk, and when she's riding her horse, when she's at the barn later, is when he is texting and getting no response. So I think that could be relevant to her ignoring her son. All right?
No problem.
Sure. But this text from James Crumley, I'm going to exclude. Is there anything else in there that needs to be excluded?
Just for the record, page 432,
Yeah,
the second text.
yeah, the one from James Crumley. Is there anything else in there?
I'm looking now.
Yeah. Because I don't want to,
No,
we were making good headway yesterday, but now we're moving at a snail's pace, so.
well, Your Honor, there's also a text responding to the one about buying beers. Jennifer just says, okay, but glass is not a good idea. I mean,
Yeah, that you can strike that too, because it's referring to the text above. It's not relevant.
so it would just be those two portions.
Okay, yeah, can you strike that? I don't know how easy it is to do it up here, but,
It'll just take a minute.
okay. All right. Are there any other issues such as this? before-
I'm looking right now, Your
Okay,
Honor.
okay, well, we shouldn't be looking right now.
Your Honor, I mean, the next exhibit has been the subject of a prior ruling.
Okay,
I'm,
good, that's a good way to do it.
okay, exhibit 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92.
We're trying on the fly
Okay.
to edit an exhibit
Okay, go
or
ahead.
an objection we just got, and now there's the,
Okay, I want to find out if there's any looming issues, because
we do too.
they're gonna
because
get their 10,000 steps here.
We do too.
Your Honor, I did not think this objection would be such a process. I simply was asking for like one little part of this to be struck, and
Okay,
objections during trial are common. This is
Okay.
just a very simple.
all right, but is there anything else coming up there?
Oh, no, Lee, I don't think the jury's in the room at the moment. No. I thought you meant was the whole thing an evidentiary hearing versus the trial. But yeah, they're just they're arguing over something evidentiary about this alcohol, riding beer, or beer and riding horses. Um, but no, the jury, I'm pretty sure, is not in the room. Pretty sure. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I'm keeping eyes out for Brian Koberger information today, because they're supposed to be having a public hearing today. Hopefully, see if they'll set a trial date today. But I'm keeping my eyes peeled for that. So anyway, yeah, right, Lee. I mean, that would be. I mean, could you imagine? The jury would be sitting there saying, yeah, that's why they're wanting things taken out of whatever it is that they're wanting to show the jury. So yeah, it wouldn't make any sense for them to have the jury in there if they're like trying to figure out what they want to keep the jury from seeing. So I don't know. Everybody in here hanging on? What's everybody doing right now? Everybody's being super quiet. And I keep going back and forth between the chat and listening and then the actual Koberger information. What are you doing? Oh, hang on a minute. Hold on a second. I got somebody here at the door. Oh, I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. Hold on. I have a rogue child running through the place. Hold on a minute. Now the rogue child is upset. Oh, goodness. Morgana says just about passing out from walking up the driveway. Oh, no. Mickey's still clueless and crocheting. At the moment, I'm listening and daydreaming. Well, I'm daydreaming about hearing something to do with Brian Koberger today. I know that much. I'm anxiously waiting. And I don't know that I'm going to be able to stream Koberger because I don't think that there is a camera pool that is going in there. I think it's going to be streamed directly from the courtrooms. From the courtroom, like YouTube, from their own camera. And I'm not positive if I'm going to be able to stream that or not. I really want to, but I also don't know. Do not know. I do not know. What's CCTV? Clueless crocheting TV. Is that what you're talking about? Mickey said, I swear I just 5 minutes ago realized we weren't waiting on the treehouse verdict. I forgot we heard that yesterday. Good Lord, Mickey. Good gravy. Closed circuit. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Don't know. I think I'm gonna have to go get me a snack. I'm getting hungry. Lots of coffee and no food makes for a upset belly. Yeah. Has Mickey been in the gummies? Hey. Mickey likes gummies. Closed circuit TV equals CCTV, but what is closed circuit TV? I don't know what that is. I don't know what closed circuit means. What does it mean, Lee? Give us an education. She's lost a whole day, right? How do you forget the whole mistrial? Mickey's like, I don't know. Don't ask me that. I'm just sitting over here in the corner in a hole crocheting, drinking coffee, eating gummies. Oh, in-house camera system, basically. Oh, gotcha. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Mm. Well, hmm. Well, I'm gonna keep my eye on it and see if I can find what it is I'm looking for. Yeah, we'll see. We will see. We will see. We will see what I'm able to locate. Poppy, you are the loudest. She is the loudest dog when it comes to like grooming herself. Good Lord. Disgusting. Mm, they're saying now, and this is a little bit kooky, and I don't know if it's true or not, but for anybody that follows the Idaho 4 case, Brian Koberger, Brian Koberger. So they're saying the um Steve Gonsalves, and I can't remember his wife's name, but it's Kaylee Gonsalves's parents are saying that that Kaylee was sitting up in the corner of the bed when she was found. So forever and ever we've been told that she was laying next to or partially like on top of Maddie. But apparently that's not true. I don't know. Um Kind of creepy. Creepy. Uh Looking and watching for some different feeds on that. I can't tell either what time. Some people are saying 3 o'clock. Some people are saying 4 o'clock Eastern. It's supposed to be like 1 Pacific, which would be 4 p.m. Eastern, but then I'm hearing 3:30 Eastern. I don't know. Mickey said literally. Lee says, I will have a burger, a side of fries, and a do, please. I know, right? I'm either drunk or had a stroke. I cannot verbalize coherently. I can't get the words Brian Koberger, Brian Bokerger. Mm-mm-mm. Cannot get the words out of my mouth. I can't. All right. I'm going to go take a quick little break and go just call him BK, right? I know. But when I think of BK, it makes me think of what's his face? Or Burger King. Burger fries and a Mountain Dew. Diet. Do you drink diet Mountain Dew, Lee? With you having diabetic issues, you better be drinking diet Mountain Dew. That's all I gotta say. All right, I'm gonna run and get a snack because I'm getting like really yucky feeling in my belly, and I know it's because I ain't ate nothing and I've had a lot of coffee. So, yep, that too. Yes, good deal. All right, I'll be right back. I gotta get something to eat. I'm gonna restart this though, so you guys have something to watch or listen to. In the meantime.
That would require the jury to step out. There's photos.
Well,
I don't know what objections to step out.
There, I have objections to many photos that are gonna be brought in through a different witness, but what are they planning to use? Cause I have 450 right now. If I know what's coming, I can tell the court.
Okay, well, there's a list of exhibits, and there's, coming after that, after the text messages are pictures. It looks like there's pictures of James and Jennifer.
And we have no objection to those.
Okay, I just wanna know if,
Your Honor, if I could just say,
Yeah.
there's a lot of inquiry as to exactly who we're calling next, which exhibit we're, and, this isn't a math formula. We really are changing this organically because we're working.
I get it.
So we're trying to be cooperative, but things
Okay.
do change.
I know, and you're not required to divulge your trial strategy and your order and all that. I just am moving a lot of people around, and I just want to know if there's anything else that needs to be handled right now on the record.
The only other objections, I believe, with respect to this witness, at least for the next very long time, are objections the court's already ruled on. So,
Okay, thank you.
okay, so at least we can get through, this whole page of exhibits with no problem.
All right.
Okay, perhaps council can meet with us after court today to go over the next proposed exhibits, and then we can see what objections.
Oh, okay, yeah, it's just because I don't want to take jury time.
That sounds great.
All right.
Thank
Okay.
you.
All right, so,
So 85 is modified and
yes.
thank you.
Okay. Are we ready for the jury?
I think so.
Okay. Everybody know.
With all, when you say all of those, what do you mean?
We're at 80 right now.
Yeah, no, okay, these ones. Just tell me how far you wanna go, cause I do agree with all those. Up through 100. Right, which is already preserved, and that'll be easy, and then I don't have any objections. Yeah. I didn't expect it. You have to excuse.
I apologize, there's a large volume of information, and we want to streamline it for you as much as possible, all right? You're still on your own?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, we're on exhibit 84, I think. All right. This is between James and Jennifer Crumbly. Again, Jennifer is in blue, James is in green. We'll start at the top because I recall where we left off. Does he have his phone from Jennifer, March the 8th?
I'm sorry, you said you're on exhibit 84, but I believe it's 85.
84 was admitted.
84 was admitted. Yes, because 85 is March 17th.
84 was on March 8th.
Okay, so you're on 80, I'm on 84, okay, but mine
84
just,
is on March 8th, and this one is on March,
Yeah,
Yeah,
this is 84 on the screen.
that's 84, yeah.
okay, I'm sorry, there,
He went back.
it scrolled down, so okay, thank you.
James responds with, yes, but he won't answer while he is walking. I will let you know the minute he walks in.
Okay. Jennifer's response, I'm serious freaking out. Is he home yet? And then, okay, now we're moving on to 85. So James and Jennifer Facebook messages. This is from March 17th of 2021. And you've seen this before?
Yes, sir.
And this is admitted. pursuant the order that we just had on the record, correct, Judge?
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, March 17, 2021, 1:23 PM. Jennifer writes, cool, leaving at 4 today. Fuck this place. James's response is what?
LOL, you have your stuff for the barn?
Okay. And then Jennifer's response, yes. Gonna get drunk and ride my horse. That's March 17, 2021, 1:30 PM.
Correct.
There's a response back. And then what does James say?
James says, okay, then cans, you have the debit card.
And Jennifer's response, I know, hate my job. Can you bring out last, please? He says yes. Correct?
Right, yes, I'm sorry.
Okay. Okay. Now, on that same day, did you find any text messages from Jennifer's son to her of a concerning nature? This is March 17, 2021.
Yes, sir.
Okay. This is People's Proposed 86. I don't believe we have an objection to this.
No objection, thank you.
Is this 86?
86.
86 in a minute.
Okay. All right. What does Jennifer's son write to her on March 17th, 2021 at 6:03 PM?
He says, okay, the house is now haunted.
And then what?
Some weird shit just happens and now I'm scared. Then it follows with, I got some videos.
Okay, Your Honor, I apologize. This was previously the subject of a motion. I do object, however, the court has already ruled it's admissible. I'm sorry, I misspoke.
Yes, I,
Okay.
yes, I have already ruled on this here.
Okay,
Yes,
sorry about that.
No, that's all right.
Okay, please, at the top.
Then Ethan says, continues with, and a picture of the demon. It's throwing bowls. The word bowls is in all caps. He then says, I am not joking. It fucked up the kitchen.
And the next message after that?
He says, I'm just going to be outsider for a while. Can you at least text back?
Okay, so that's from 6:03 to 6:29. The last text, he at least text back was 6:29 PM.
Correct, yes.
Okay. And the next response from the defendant to her son is when?
2 days later, it's 4:11 in the afternoon. Where's your dad?
Now, this is People's 87 and 88. I don't believe there's an objection to either of these two exhibits.
No objection.
Well, I have fun grocery shopping, and Lee is not so think as you drunk I am. Go plug your phone in, Tammy. Have a good rest of your day. I have got a Caesar salad that I'm getting ready to devour. So yum. And a bottle of water. So yay for me. I'm gonna start this back. I'm still keeping my eye open for Brian Koberger stuff. So and I don't understand why, but there's lots of tweets that are leading to the fact that there could have been contamination, crime scene contamination, crime scene disturbed. I don't know. Lots of crazy things coming out. We will see though. Hopefully we get to hear something soon. And I hope that they do set a trial today. I know that I think as the prosecution is looking to have a trial date set for sometime this summer, but I don't know. All right, I'm going to continue this.
Okay, 87 is the picture, 88 is the metadata with the picture. So, could you please tell us when and where this picture was taken?
It was taken, the GPS similar to the previous ones at a horse barn. He's on a horse. It was taken on March 17th at 6:03 PM.
Okay, 6:03, that's the same time that the text messages regarding the house being haunted and saw a demon?
Correct.
Okay, and this is actually found on Jennifer Scrumley's phone.
That's correct, it was.
And who's that a picture of?
That's James Crumley.
And that's St. Patrick's Day, correct?
Correct.
This is exhibit 88 and, I'm sorry, 89 and 90. 89 is the photograph, 90 is the metadata.
And we have no objection to 88, 89, or 90.
And this is also St. Patrick's.
Can you move for their admission before you put them on the screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
This is also St. Patrick's Day 2021, is that correct?
Correct, same day.
And this is an image also on Jennifer Crumley's phone.
Correct.
Okay. And when was this taken?
On March 17th at 6:03 PM.
Okay. Same location?
It appears so, yes.
I'm gonna move you on to exhibit 91 and exhibit 92. I don't believe there's an objection to either of these pieces of evidence.
There's no objection.
91 and 92 are admitted.
Thank you, Judge. Again, we're still talking about St. Patrick's Day 2021. What time was this picture taken?
This was taken at 6:28 in the evening.
Okay. Again, is that time and date significant to you as an investigator in this case?
Yes, it is.
Why?
There was a time when Ethan was sending, the shooter was sending the text messages.
And this is also on Jennifer Crumley's phone,
Correct.
91 and 92. '93 and 94.
We have no objection to 93 and 94.
93 and 94 are admitted.
Thank you, Judge. Exhibit 93, also a picture captured on Jennifer Crumley's phone. This is also St. Patrick's Day, 2021. And this is at 6:30 PM.
Correct.
Okay. Same location as the other photographs we just went through?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now I'm gonna go back to exhibit 83. This has already been admitted. This is the phone log found on the shooter's phone. So the time we're speaking of, those text messages where he sent his mother indication that he was seeing bowls fly off the shelf from the demon, that was between 6:03 PM and 6:29 PM, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so we already saw that there was not a text back from Jennifer Crumley, but tell us about the phone log, what these show?
It shows a phone call from Jennifer Crumley at 7:24 PM.
Okay, so that's about an hour and a half after he texted about the house being haunted,
That's correct.
and that was a 19-second call?
Correct.
Okay. Now I'm gonna move on to March the 19th, 2021. This is a Facebook conversation between James and Jennifer regarding their son that day. This is people's 95. I don't believe I have objection to this.
No, there is no objection.
95 is admitted.
Okay. Again, Jennifer in blue, James in green.
Correct.
Okay. She said, "Is he awake?" And what did James respond?
James responds with, yeah.
Jennifer wrote, "How is he?"
James then responds with, he woke up looking like he had way, in all caps, W-A-Y, too much to drink last night, complaining about a headache.
Okay. And then her response as well, he was really worked up and out of control, so I can see why. That's March 19th, 21 at 9:41 AM.
Correct.
About 48 seconds later, she wrote, "All I know is he needs to eat, go to work and work hard and not complain, and he can get his stuff back."
Correct.
And then March 19th later on, you responded, "I didn't get it." That's Jennifer Crumley's words?
That's correct, yes.
Yes. Because you did have Mark 95 down for admission, correct?
Yes, it's
Thank you.
admitted.
Okay, now the next day, March the 20th, did you find text messages from the school shooter to his mother, the defendant, of a concerning nature from that day?
Yes.
This is exhibit 96. I believe this was subject to a previous ruling.
Any objection, aside from what was already noted?
No,
96 is admitted.
Thank you. So we're still on, I'm sorry, we're still on 95 on the slide. James wrote, Jesus, yes, he said, referring to their son, "Let me ask you a question. Why am I in your guy's room? LOL." And Jennifer's response is what?
OMG, oh my God.
Yeah. Just-
Which exhibit is this?
I have to back up just a little bit,
Okay.
Josh. Sorry, thank you. So just to make sure everybody's on the same page, this is exhibit 95. This is from March 19th, 2021. We've already gone through these. At 9:41 a.m. when Jennifer wrote, he was really worked up and out of control. In the same text message conversation, there's no breaks in this exhibit. And the conversation continued. James wrote what?
I totally thought you were giving him a Xanax last night, ...
And Jennifer's response was,
Does he seem better?
and then
No melatonin.
James wrote what?
I know,
And Jennifer wrote,
but he hasn't had one before, so I should have only given him half.
and then James' response is, he's doing his school, says his head hurts. He took Tylenol.
Correct.
Okay, and Jennifer's response was, is he okay to work? That's at March 19th at 11 a.m.
Correct.
And James's response,
Was, yeah,
and that's
Yeah.
also, it's 11:13 a.m.
correct.
Okay. And then Jennifer wrote 11:38 a.m. on March 19th. Does he remember what he did?
Correct.
Okay, what was James's response?
James responds with, dude, I am working on a demo right now. I have not talked to him and he is doing school.
And then her response is,
Okay then, geesh.
okay, thank you. Now, this is 96 that we just admitted. This is from March the 20th of 2021. And again, did you find text messages from the school shooter to the defendant of a concerning nature?
Correct,
Okay, in the blue, that's all the school shooter's words?
correct.
Okay, what did he write to her?
He starts with, I finished picking up the room. That was at 2:38 on the 20th,
2:33?
2:33, I'm sorry,
Okay.
yes. He then says, I cleaned until the clothes started flying off the shelf.
And then what?
This stuff only happens when I'm home alone.
Okay, that's March 20th, 2021 at 2:34 p.m.
Correct.
And this is the same date and time.
Yes, it is.
And what did he write?
I picked the clothes back up though.
Okay, that's March 20th at 2:34.
Correct.
And when was the next response to that?
By Jennifer was on the 22nd of March at 8:17 p.m.
So I'm going back to exhibit 83, which is the phone log found, recovered off the school shooter's phone, specific to these days. Okay, so we just went through March the 20th, and those messages were sent about 2:30 in the afternoon, if you recall, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and were there any phone calls in that time period?
No, there was not.
Okay. In fact, the next call was 6:37 p.m. on March the 20th.
Correct.
No objection. Oh, sorry, you can say the numbers and that's no objection.
97 and 98, Judge, I believe will be admitted.
We have no objection.
97 and 98 are admitted.
Thank you. So, sir, were you able to tell where James and Jennifer Crumley were yet again on that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This is 97 and 98. 97 is the photograph, 98 the metadata. This is March 20th, 2021 at 1:51 p.m.
Correct.
Okay, and if you recall, the text messages from the school shooter were sent to his mother about 2:30 in the afternoon.
Correct.
Okay, so tell us where Jennifer and James Crumley were at this date and time.
They're riding the horses again.
'99 and 100
No objection.
Is it 99?
and 100.
No objection to either one?
No objection to either one.
99 and 100 are admitted.
Thank you, Jim. Okay, now this was taken off of the last picture. Was taken off of James Crumley's phone, 97, 98.
That's correct.
99 and 100 were taken off of Jennifer Crumley's phone.
Correct.
Okay, so the capture time here, March 20th, 2021, 11:58 a.m.
That's correct.
Okay, so then that would indicate to you that they were at the barn at least from that period of time until at least 1:51 p.m.
Correct.
Okay. Sir, during the course of your investigation, did you come to learn that the school shooter had only one friend?
Yes.
And did you also learn that that individual was abruptly taken from the state of Michigan about a month before the shooting occurred?
Yes, he was.
And did you review the text message thread between the school shooter and that other individual.
Yes,
You've looked at the entirety of the phone in the school shooter as well as James and Jennifer Crumley's phone, is that right?
that's correct.
If you could give us an idea, the volume of the data found in the text message thread between the school shooter and his friend.
There was over 20,000 text messages just between the two people. I thought exams on phones were, the combined number of text messages isn't that much.
So what's the relative size and data between that particular text message thread and any other thread between the school shooter and anybody else?
I think the most text between any other person might have been near 500, just an individual person.
I'm going to show you a portion that's been previously admitted by this court of that text message thread from April the 4th of 2021, April the 5th of 2021. That's Exhibit 101.
And the court's previously ruled on this.
All right. 101's admitted.
Thank you, Judge. So we have names redacted. 101 was found on the shooter's phone, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so in this instance then, the green would be his words, the shooter's words.
Correct, yes.
Okay. Tell us what he wrote to his friend on April the 4th of 21.
The shooter wrote, like, I hear people talking to me and see someone in the distance. And I corrected the spelling of the word distance.
It's April 4th at 11:56.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
What else?
The shooter said, I actually asked my dad to take me to the doctor yesterday, but he just gave me some pills and told me to, quote, suck it up.
And then what?
He then says, like, it's at the point that I'm asking to go to the doctor. And then he says, my mom laughed when I told her.
So that's April 4th, 2021, 11:57 p.m. His words, my mom laughed when I told her.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, April the 5th at 12:06 a.m. So we were looking at a conversation right up until midnight, April the 4th, and now we're in the early morning hours of April the 5th. What did the shooter write?
Shooter wrote, but I'm having that insomnia RN for right now and paranoia.
And then what?
He then says, I need help.
And the next slide, or the next.
I was thinking, I calling 911 so I could go to the hospital.
And then there's a response from his friend on April the 5th
Correct.
at 12:12 a.m. And then what did the shooter write?
The shooter writes, but then my parents would be really pissed.
Now, April the 5th, 2021 at 12:38 a.m. What did the shooter write?
The shooter writes, I'm going to ask my parents to go to the doctors tomorrow or Tuesday again. Then he says, but this time I'm going to tell them about the voices.
Next text.
He then says, like I am mentally and physically dying.
Before we get to Exhibit 102. In the course of your forensic examination of James's phone, Jennifer's phone, and the school shooter's phone, you're able to look at certain apps that are installed, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And did you discover if an app called Life 360 was installed on Jennifer Crumley's phone?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And what is Life 360?
Life 360, it's a tracking app that friends and family can install on their phone so they can know where they're at. I have it on my phone and there's a family group and my kids are on it and I'm on it, my wife.
Did you find that app on James Crumley's phone?
Yes, it was.
And through that app, you can see where someone's at and where they've been. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you look through the school shooter's phone as well, the defendant's son.
Correct.
Was that app installed on his phone?
No, it wasn't.
So it was just installed on James's phone and Jennifer's phone.
Correct, it was.
And that was on April the 5th of 2021.
I believe that's when it was installed, yes.
That's the same day as these text messages, like I am mentally, physically dying and asking to go to the doctor.
Correct.
Exhibits 102 and 103.
I'm sorry, are these, this is 102 and 103? We have no objection, sorry.
102 and 103 are admitted. I'm sorry, did you say that the date of the installation was April 5th? Is that what you said?
Yes, ma'am.
So on the screen here, we can see the timestamp purchase date, April 5th, 2021. That's on Jennifer Crumley's phone, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And exhibit 103 on James Crumley's phone, we have April the 5th, 2021 as well.
Correct.
During the course of your evaluation of all the electronic information, digital evidence available to you, did you uncover evidence in the spring of 21 of Jennifer Crumley talking to a friend about her?
Oh, you guys, this salad is so good. I'm almost done. But yes, I'm still eating. And JB, I'm sorry I did not catch your chat. So if you're listening or if you catch this back, she says, I got to go to the grocery store and get my kiddo from school. I'll see y'all later on. So I hope to see you soon. I know, Gail. I just heard that. Sad, right? Super sad.
Or what she saw as depression in her son.
Yes.
And were you able to review a Facebook conversation between Jennifer Crumley and actually the school shooter's only friend's mother?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to make sure that I'm clear with you. In April of 2021, which is the same month of these text messages, Jennifer Crumley texted her son's only friend's mother, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in that conversation is when you uncovered concerning text messages as an investigator to this case.
Correct.
This is 104.
Thank you, and let me just take a quick look, I'm sorry. Yeah, I have no objection to this, thank you.
104 is admitted. That's just 104, right?
Yes, thank you, Judge. Okay, this is April 29, 2021. Now, this is from Jennifer Crumley's search warrant return, correct?
That's correct.
So she's agreeing to these.
Correct.
All right. So what did she write?
She starts with, Ethan isn't bowling tonight. Just want to let you know. Not sure if they need a partner or not.
Okay, and then her son's friend's mother, also named Jennifer, writes, is he feeling okay?
Correct.
And the defendant's response?
She responds back with, yesterday he wasn't, and he's been acting kind of depressed. So I don't know what's going on.
Okay, this conversation continue?
Yes, it does.
What does the defendant write?
The defendant says, I'm not sure if there's something bothering at school. He really doesn't feel good. I can't get anything out of him.
Okay, and the person she's communicating with writes her son's name too. He stayed home from school today. The only time he's happy is when he's with the school shooter.
Correct.
And then her son has 2 E's and 2 D's. I'm wondering if he's worried about that. That's the other individual worried about her own son.
Correct.
Okay, that's 5:24 p.m. on April the 29th.
That's correct.
The conversation continues. What does the defendant write?
Defendant says, yeah, this is all new to me. I'm not used to Ethan being moody. He's usually pretty happy, and we'll talk about anything. I do know Ethan's been stressed about school and his grades. We called the school, but she wasn't in. Social, do it tomorrow. I think his grades have a lot to do with it. He just got to a point where he got so far behind, we were out of town. He's having difficult time making it up.
And then the other individual writes, I'm sorry, her son's struggling too. To be honest, I'm sick of fighting with him about it. Stupid online school really messed him up. I'm thankful her son has the shooter as a friend. They laugh and have a great time together. That's April 29th at 5:31 p.m.
That's correct.
Okay. And then what does Jennifer respond?
Jennifer responds with, yeah, me too. I'm just glad they're still getting along. And it wasn't an issue with those two as to why he was being depressed. The online school is horrible. I've given up too. I just told him to do the best. Don't worry about it. Next year is a new year.
Okay, and then what's the next text?
She says maybe if, referring to the shooter's friend, feeling better, if he wants to come over after work on Saturday, he can take him up to go bowling and make up their scores. He's more than welcome to stay the night and go to work in the morning. We set up a little shooting range in the backyard for Ethan's BB gun. They could do that.
Okay, and the response was her son's been excited to shoot.
Correct.
Okay, and that was April 29, 2021?
Yes.
Okay, now, around this time frame in the text message conversation, in the videos on the school shooter's phone, did you discover extremely disturbing information?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I'm not asking you to go into detail, but as an investigator, it was important to you.
Yes, it was.
Okay, and in fact, it was in the days after these messages were sent.
Yes, it was.
Okay. And the school shooter shared that with his friend, his only friend he had.
That's correct.
And you mentioned that his only friend was taken out of the state,
Correct.
and it seemed to be without notice to the school shooter.
Correct.
Okay. Did you uncover evidence that either James or Jennifer Crumbley commented on the fact that his only son was taken, or his only friend was taken out of the state?
Yes.
This is exhibit 105.
Yes, I have no objection to 105, thank you.
105 is admitted.
And you said that was around about a month before the shooting at Oxford High School?
Yes, it was.
Okay. So this is from Jennifer Crumbley's Facebook, again to the mother of her son's only friend.
Correct.
Okay, and this is October 31st, 2021, 9 o'clock in the morning?
Yes.
Okay, and what did she write?
Jennifer writes, James filled me in on Ethan's friends last night. I'm so sorry you guys are having to make such a hard decision. Please let me know if you need anything.
Okay, and then November the 3rd, she wrote what?
She says, how are you guys all doing? Been thinking of all you a lot.
Okay. And you know from your investigation, this is the time frame when the shooter's friend was taken out of the state.
That is correct.
Okay, in this conversation, November the 4th, that other individual writes what to Jennifer Crumbley?
She writes, hi, Jen. We're doing okay. It was the hardest thing I've ever had to do. I worry about him constantly and miss him terribly. I know that he's where he needs to be to get better, though. Thanks so much for checking on us. I appreciate you and your family. She's referring to her son, the shooter's friend, was only happy and relaxed with you guys.
And in response,
Jennifer responds with, please keep us updated. I know Ethan misses him. If you guys need anything at all, please don't hesitate to ask.
and that was again in November of 2021 before the shooting.
Correct, on the 4th, yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to direct your attention to the days around the shooting and what you were able to obtain as far as a digital footprint of the Crumbley family.
Okay.
Starting November 26, 2021, is that date significant to you?
Yes, it is.
Why is that?
That was the day the gun was purchased.
And we heard yesterday that the gun is in the murder weapon?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That was a 9mm.
Morgana, she does say that a lot. She's like, oh, sorry. No objection, no objection. Yeah, I've noticed that. It's like her head isn't like fully attached. Oh, the salad. The salad was delicious. It was so good. I get those, oh, what's the name of them? I don't know. They're like the little square and round shaped, like pre-made salads at Walmart. And the Caesar one is my favorite. So yeah, I love those. They're so yummy, yummy, yummy. So yeah, that's what I had. And I feel better. Phew. I tend to drink just coffee, and then not Well, they have square and round containers, yeah. Not like you can get a square container or you can get a round container. I think it's their like Walmart brand of like produce. It's like market side or something like that. But they're really good. Very good. I'm keeping an eye still. Keeping an eye still on Kohlberger stuff. Oh. Someone said on another thing, if Brian Kohlberger drags his feet over setting a trial date, let's ship him to Indiana and let him swap places with Richard Allen for a bit. That was somebody on Twitter. Oh, funny. Yeah, gotta have something on my belly. My belly. Okay. Just think though, Morgana, when we get done with Scott Peterson stuff, we can start the Delphi stuff. Ooh. That'll be good too. That'll be really good. I'm gonna skip. I'm gonna skip into this trial that's currently going on. See what else we can find in this trial because this starts to get a little bit boring. It's obvious that the kiddo was struggling with some hardcore, mental health issues. So true. I'll refresh this page over here. Nothing yet. Okay. Now I'm going to scroll. Scrolling. I think he was there for the biggest chunk of the day. Large chunk of the day.
Of November the 30th, 2021, and that's Jennifer Crumbly on November 30th, 2021, entering that building at 9:04 a.m.
Correct.
Now, shortly after she arrived, did she receive a phone call from the school?
Yes, you did.
Exhibit 121.
We have no objection?
121's admitted.
And this is a snippet from her phone log, would that be correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so November the 30th, 2021 at 9:24 a.m. was a missed phone call, and that's from Oxford High School.
That's correct.
Okay, and she called the school back at 9:27 a.m., is that right?
Yeah, everybody's asleep,
We had a
Morgana.
5-minute and 43-second conversation?
Correct.
Okay. Now, did she receive a text shortly after that phone call?
Yes.
Right, this is exhibit 122 and 123.
I have no objection to 122 or 123.
122 and 123 are admitted.
So 122, this is a text message found on her phone from an individual. It ended up being her son's school counselor at Oxford.
Correct.
Okay, and this is a picture of what we'll call an altered math worksheet at 9:31 a.m.
Correct.
All right, and if you were to click on that link, this would come, correct? Okay. And then she also received an email with the original math worksheet.
That's correct.
All right, this is exhibit 124.
No objection.
In this email,
124 is admitted.
thank you. That was shortly thereafter. And the image in the email was in fact Exhibit 74, which was the math worksheet that her son created on November the 30th.
Correct.
Okay, so she had this information about 9:30 in the morning on November the 30th.
Correct.
Okay. Did Jennifer contact James right after that?
Yes, she did.
Exhibit 125.
No objection.
125 is admitted.
So this is the Facebook message chat, the one that was deleted from Jennifer's phone. Blue is Jennifer Crumbly, is that correct?
That is correct.
And green will be James Crumbly.
That's correct.
Okay. So at 9:33 a.m., what did Jennifer write to James?
Call now with now in all caps, emergency. And then she texted again, less than 2 minutes later, emergency.
Okay. And she sent these two pictures, both the original and the altered worksheet to James?
That's correct.
And this is at 9:38 a.m.?
Correct.
What was James's response at 9:44?
James responded with, my God, WTF.
What is it?
WTF, what the fuck?
Right.
Excuse me. Then responded, vet not here yet. It's McElmurray for Kira's horse, still waiting on vet.
And we already talked about that they were concerned over one of their horses' medical issues.
Correct.
Okay. And what was Jennifer's response at 9:50?
She responded, he said he was distraught about last night.
And James's response to that?
We talked about it this morning. And
And
then he asked her, you talked to him?
okay, and that's 9:51. And what was Jennifer's response?
6 minutes later, she texted, can you call?
Did Jennifer leave her work and head to the school?
Yes, she did.
Okay. Did Jennifer Crumbly also text this picture, Exhibit 74, to anybody else at that time?
Yes, she did.
Okay. This is Exhibit 126.
We have no objection.
126 is admitted.
Now, she sent this picture, this text to Andrew Smith at 10:05 a.m.
Correct.
Okay. Did you learn who Andrew Smith was?
Yes, I did.
And that was her boss?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And what did she text with the caption on this picture?
She said, I have to go to my kid's school. Counselor just called, and this is what I'm dealing with. I'll be back 11:30 to 12 at the latest.
And did she leave her employment?
Yes, she did.
This is 127.
No objection.
127 is admitted.
Okay, this is her leaving at 10:06.
Yes.
I want to go back to Exhibit 125 briefly. Skip over it. She wrote, can you call at 9:57? And then what did she write?
She wrote, heading to a school, I'm very concerned.
Okay, so at 10:04, she wrote, heading to his school, and I'm very concerned. At 10:05, she sent that picture right here to Mr. Smith.
Correct.
At 10:06, she walked out the door of the building.
Correct.
Okay. Did James and Jennifer Crumbly have a phone conversation at this point?
Yes, they did.
Okay. This is 128.
No objection.
128 is admitted.
Sir, this is a snippet from the call log found in Jennifer Crumbly's cell phone. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So, well, first she got a phone call from the school. This is a phone call to the school counselor at 10:07 a.m.
That's correct.
That's a 40-second call.
That's correct.
Okay. So that was Exhibit 121, not 128.
I'm sorry, you said
This
It's
121.
121.
121,
Okay, and Your
That's part
Honor,
of the call.
121 is previously admitted.
I would just ask that the witness answer questions instead of the prosecutor stating all the essentially all the information as he goes along,
Okay, so I guess it's the objections leading.
leading.
I'll rephrase.
All
All right, 128.
No objection?
Did James and Jennifer have a phone conversation after this?
Yes, they did.
Well, first, this is part of exhibit 125. What time is this?
This is at 10:12,
Okay, and then what did she write?
heading to a school.
Here's exhibit 128 from James Crumley's call log. What is this?
It's a call to Jennifer at 10:29 a.m.
Okay. So at 10:29 a.m., they have a 7-minute and 16-second phone conversation.
That's correct.
Did both James and Jennifer Crumley arrive at the Oxford High School?
Yes, they did.
Okay. And approximately what time did they arrive?
It was around 10:20, somewhere around there, I believe.
Okay, if I showed you a timeline that indicated 10:37 arrival, that sound right?
Yes, I apologize. Yes,
That's fine.
yes.
Okay. Now, we had discussed this portion of the case at a previous hearing, and you had indicated they had arrived in one car and left in one car. Did you find that to be accurate?
No, it was inaccurate.
Okay, so tell me what happened.
It was, so the video system that they have only starts recording when there's enough motion to save space on the system. So they were too far away from the camera to pick up. When I initially saw them, all of a sudden they just appeared in front of one of the cars. So I assumed that they had come together,
Okay. And when did you come to find out?
that they had drove separately.
Okay. So exhibit 129 is a portion of the Oxford High School surveillance video that depicts their arrival and the period of time they were inside for that meeting with the council. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. People moved them at 129.
I have no objection, but I'm just wondering if it's the actual video, that's
Correct.
that's the exhibit. Okay, no objection, thank you.
129 is admitted.
So there's a timestamp at the bottom. I want to make sure we see this. 10:36 a.m. and this is November 30th, 2021.
That's correct.
Okay. And let us know, please, when you see either the defendant or her husband.
The one vehicle was already backed in, and then there they are walking up.
They as the defendant and her husband
Yes,
in the magnified area.
correct, yes.
What's this portion of the video depict?
Them coming into the school,
What area of the school?
the front by where the offices are.
Okay. This is 10:39 a.m.
Correct.
What portion of the school is this?
Looks like the front office of the school.
Now this time right here, that's a broken clock, correct?
It is correct, it never changes.
So this is 10:40 a.m.
Correct. Counseling office.
I'm sorry?
They're in the counseling office.
Sorry. Did you come to learn who this person was? Greeted them?
Yes,
Who's that?
Sean Hopkins.
Okay. He's the counselor at the Oxford High School?
That's correct.
Or one of the counselors?
One of the counselors, yes.
And the time skips a little bit. This is now 10:52 a.m. What do you see in this portion?
That's the shooter coming out of the Mr. Hopkins' office.
With the red backpack?
Correct.
So they walked in at 10:41 and the shooter walked out at 10:52?
Correct.
This is 10:53. What do you see?
That's James and Jennifer Crumley coming out of the Hopkins office.
Now, there was something in his hand here. What is that? Can you tell?
I wasn't able to tell what that is.
Okay, Jennifer Crumley has a piece of paper in her hand.
Yes, she does.
Did she have that walking into the counselor's office?
No, she did not.
And then right there, she handed that piece of paper to James Crumley?
Correct.
So this is 10:54 and almost 10:55 a.m.?
Correct.
Okay. Did you see James and Jennifer Crumley at the top of the screen walking
Yes,
the cars?
yeah, they're at the top of the screen coming in the school.
Thank you. What are we seeing in this scene right here?
The one of their vehicles is leaving right there, the black one. And then that third row on the far right, the other car should be leaving shortly now.
Okay. This is one of the Crumley vehicles?
Yes, it is.
Right. And this is 10:57, about 10:58?
Correct.
Okay. So we saw them walk in at 10:41 to the office. There's some left at 10:52, is that right? And then we saw them leave the parking lot here at 10:57, 10:58.
That's correct.
So how long total, if you know, were they in the counselor's office?
It was about 12 minutes.
What's the first thing that Jennifer Crumley did on her phone or social media after that meeting?
She sent a message to Kira.
Okay, this is 1:30.
We have no objection?
When there is a meeting.
So this is a screenshot.
Right.
Is that right? Okay. And these were taken from Kira Pennick's phone.
That's correct.
Okay. So the icon there, the picture on the horse, this is Jennifer Crumley's words, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And what did she write at 10:58 a.m.?
Okay, I'll bring some out later. Just had to get my son's school, go to my son's school and meet his counselor. Shit day.
And then Kira's response?
Oh man, everything okay? Do you still want to do lesson tonight?
And then what did Jennifer respond to that?
Yeah, I still plan on doing the lesson. Everything's okay. He's just having a hard time after losing Tank. His friend going away to a treatment facility and who knows what else. But he was caught drawing this on his math assignment today.
And then this is exhibit 74, the math drawing that she was sent.
Correct.
And then what did Jennifer write in this post, or in this message?
As long as I can get out there early enough, because I had to leave work for an hour. I have a meeting in Southfield at 3. I should be done with that by 4. I plan on being there. Plus, the vet said it's better for him to move around to keep his circulation going while he's dealing with mud fever. Good times.
She's talking about a horse, right?
Correct.
When she said, I had to leave work for an hour, she's talking about when the school called her for that meeting.
That's correct.
And what was the response at 1:26 a.m.? I'm sorry, if you can read that.
It's, Gary responded with, OMG, oh my God, he needs some horse therapy. I bet he, then it cuts off.
Okay, that's fine. The rest of these will be through Kira later on. What's the first thing that James does when he leaves the meeting?
Starts door dashing.
This is 131.
No objection.
131 submitted.
131. So what are we looking at right here?
That was a response from a search warrant served to DoorDash.
Okay, so we have not just the 30th, but we also have the 29th. I'm gonna direct you to the first DoorDash pickup, November 30th, 21 at 11 a.m. Is that right?
That's correct. That's when he checks in.
Okay, so that was about 4 minutes or so, 3 minutes after he left the parking lot.
That's correct.
And Jennifer's text to Kira was about 2 minutes after she left
That's
the parking lot. Did Jennifer go back to work?
Yes, she did.
All right, here's 132.
I'm sorry, Judge Camber, yes, no objection.
132 is admitted.
Thank you. And this is what?
Her re-entering her place of employment at 11:24 a.m.
Okay. And that's November 30th?
Correct.
Going back to exhibit 130. First, what's the next thing she does, either on her phone or social media accounts after 11:24?
I'm sorry.
If you recall, what's the first thing that she does after 11:24 on either her phone or a social media account?
I don't recall.
Oh, that's fine. We have exhibit 130 already admitted. So 11:26 a.m.
Correct.
Okay, so you read the very top line of that OMG needs course therapy.
Correct.
This is at 11:26 a.m. So she received this 2 minutes after she walked in the door at her employment.
Correct, yes.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead and read that.
Says, OMG, he needs some horse therapy. I bet he would love Mo. Whatever works for you, just let me know. I know we have Bella's lesson tonight at 5:30, so anytime after her lesson is fine.
And what did Jennifer Crumley write back?
Jennifer responded with, okay, yeah, well, he'll be coming with me tonight. James is working. He can't be left alone.
From the context of this conversation, did you take it that he was referring to her son?
Yes, correct.
And what did Kira write in response?
Does he want to ride?
And her response?
Jennifer responded, I don't know. Maybe brush a small horse so he's not intimidated, LOL.
And then Kira?
Kira responded with, Mo would be perfect. And then Jennifer responded with, okay.
Okay.
Kira then goes on to say, make it a family event. Coming out to the barn, really though, I've seen some amazing things done with horses, with kids.
Thank you. Now, did Jennifer Crumley text her son after that school meeting?
Yes, she did.
This is 133.
I'm sorry, sorry. I have no objection, I'm sorry.
133 is admitted.
Thank you. Now, this is the same text thread that we referred to earlier, found on Jennifer Crumley's phone between, well, this was on the shooter's phone. Oh, I'm sorry, Jennifer Crumley's phone,
Yes,
the entire text thread.
correct, yes.
Thank you. Okay. Green is Jennifer Crumley, blue is her son.
Correct.
Okay. Tell us what she wrote to him at 12:21 p.m. on November the 30th.
She said, she asked, you okay? And then he responds shortly after that, yeah, I just got back from lunch.
Okay, and what did she say?
About 60 minutes later, she says, you know, you can talk to us and we won't judge.
And his response to that at 12:42 p.m.
At 12:42, he says, IK, or I know, thank you. I'm sorry for that. I love you.
Now, we'll introduce the rest of the thread. Did she respond to that?
No, not immediately, no,
When did she respond to it?
after the shooting started,
After shooting was made public?
yes.
How many minutes later, if you know?
Over a half an hour.
Now, you're the investigator who pulled the footage, you reviewed the footage, and you know the timeline of the shooting, the day of the event.
Correct.
Okay. And so at 12:42 PM, you know that was a few minutes before the shooter went into the boys' bathroom outside of 258, classroom 258, and began to load his firearm.
That's correct.
And he emerged at 12:51 PM.
That's correct.
Now, what's the first relevant event in either James or Jennifer's phone or email or social media accounts after 12:42 PM?
An alert was sent to, an email was sent to James's phone. It was high school.
This is 134.
No objection.
134 is admitted.
Thank you. This is an email from Oxford Community Schools sent to James Crumley's email address at 1:09 PM.
Correct.
And that's, to your knowledge, the active shooter alert that went out to all parents in the district?
That's correct.
Now, when James received this, he was still making DoorDash deliveries?
Yes, he was.
Were you able to pull location history from his device?
Yes, correct. Yes.
It was 138, oh, sorry, 136.
No objection.
Is this 135 or 137?
136, Judge. We skipped 135.
No
Wait.
objection.
I have no objection to 136.
136.
And then, are you gonna do it?
No, we're skipping 135.
You're skipping, okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to keep my numbers straight.
Okay, just a quick heads up. The Brian Koberger hearing should be starting any second. So yes. I'm just refreshing and refreshing and refreshing the page. So hopefully it was supposed to start at 4:00. And I'm just keeping my eyes and ears open for it. So anyway, I'll resume this. And then hopefully any second we'll have a feed for the Koberger hearing.
136 is admitted.
Thank you, Judge. So this is location data from his email, the email he received the active shooter alert,
Correct.
November 30th, 2021, and this is at what time?
This is at 1:13 PM.
Okay. Where is this?
This is at the Meyer. He's in the parking lot of the Meyer.
Okay. And that's the Meyer off of Ray Road?
Yeah, it's the one that I responded to, yes.
Okay, so that was the reunification location for all parents.
Correct.
Did he stay there?
No, he did not.
Okay, how long was he there?
I think just a matter of minutes.
Did he call Jennifer?
Yes, he did.
This is exhibit 137.
No objection.
137 is admitted.
This is a portion of the phone call from James Crumley's cell phone download. November 30, 2021 at 1:15 PM, he called Jennifer Crumley.
That's correct.
Okay, and that was how long phone call?
Just less than a minute.
And based upon your analysis of his GPS locations, where was he at when he made the phone call?
He was still in the Meyer lot, I believe.
Still in Mark. Okay. Now, did you find out that Jennifer Crumley left her work around that time?
Yes, she did.
Exhibit 138 is a surveillance video of Jennifer Crumley leaving work. Objection?
No objection.
138 is admitted.
So this is 1:18 PM?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so this is after the active shooter alert went out at 1:09 and after she was on the phone with her husband.
Correct.
Sir, did it appear from your analysis that Jennifer and James Crumley spoke on the phone after she left work?
Yes, she did.
1:39.
I apologize, just really quick. 138 was the video we just saw. 139, we have no objection to.
139 is admitted?
And, okay, and both were admitted, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
It's the call log off the James Crumley's phone, November 30th, 2021, 1:19 PM. And how long did they speak for?
They spoke for a little over 10 minutes,
Okay, when I say they, it should be clear.
James and Jennifer.
Thank you. Okay, could you tell that while she was on the phone with James Crumley, did she send any messages?
Yes, she did.
Okay. Do you recall who she sent a message to?
I believe it was Andy Smith she sent a message to.
Know who else she sent a message to?
I don't recall.
Did she message her son?
Yes, she did. I apologize. Yes, yes.
Okay, so this is 140. This is location data.
No objection?
140 is admitted?
Thank you. 140. This is GPS location data for James Crumley. This is 1:20 PM.
Correct.
Okay, November the 30th, and this is at their home at 112 East in Oxford.
On East Street, yes.
Okay, so just to back up, to make sure we're clear, James Crumley received the active alert email at 1:09.
Correct.
He called Jennifer Crumley at 1:15 while he was at the Meyer parking lot,
Correct.
and he leaves the Meyer parking lot and he's home at least 1:20 PM.
Correct.
Okay, and they had a 10-minute phone call that began at 1:19 PM. That indicates to you that they're still on the phone?
Yes.
Okay. This is 141.
No objection?
141 is admitted?
Okay, so about this time of the day, could you tell if Jennifer was on the move?
Yes, she was.
Okay, so this is what time?
This is at 1:20 PM.
Okay, and this is at her location of her employment, correct?
Yeah, Telegraph Square Lake,
Okay.
south of here.
This is 142.
No objection?
142 is admitted?
So you said that while she was on the phone with her husband, she texted her son?
Yes, she did.
This is 142.
Okay, I'm sorry, hang on. Let me just pull it up real quick. I'm so sorry. Okay, sorry, thank you. Sorry, thank you.
November 30th, 2021 at 1:18 PM. Did she respond to the message that he sent her at 12:42?
Yes.
What did she write?
She said, "I love you too." Then says, immediately after that, "You okay?" Then 4 minutes later, she says, "Ethan, don't do it."
That was at 1:22 PM.
Yes, it was.
That was after James Crumley was at their home, 112 East in Oxford.
That's correct.
That's while she was on the phone with him.
Correct.
The state is represented by Mr. Thompson, Ms. Jennings, who is here remote, also remotely, Mr. Nye, and Ms. Beatty. So we're here. This is an open case. You probably know we had a closed hearing this morning, and that was necessary because that was related to the grand jury, which is secret. So that's what that was all about. I'm assuming that you've all seen the amended order governing courthouse and courtroom conduct. We made some changes, and you probably also know that we are streaming now. And that is on a YouTube channel. If you don't know that, you can go to the Supreme Court, I guess, website, and you can get that channel if you don't have that already. So, you don't want to be on a camera, you probably should leave. But generally, we can't see very well farther back in the courtroom. So just so you're aware of that. So today, we are addressing reconsideration of the order denying motion to dismiss the indictment. And that order is focused on the claim of inaccurate instructions to grand jury. Also, coupled on that is the potential for permission for appeal for interlocutory order. So, and a stay of proceeding in the case. I think that's all the preliminary. Is Ms. Taylor?
Mr. Logston will be arguing, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Logston.
I'm gonna, I guess, be succinct since we argued almost the very same thing this morning. But in essence, what we're asking the court to do is to give us the court's blessing to take up the issue to the Idaho Supreme Court. I think the court has noted that it's certainly an interesting issue. The Idaho Supreme Court does have a rule that essentially lays out that this is to be done in very rare circumstances, important issues where people may disagree and that may make it more orderly in a particular case. Our argument is that for this case to exist, the indictment needs to be valid. If there's something wrong with the indictment, that's something that certainly should be addressed. We're also concerned about the fact that there is case law that says that if this case goes to trial, issues with the indictment may become essentially mooted by that and would never be answered. And there's relatively little in the way of case law in Idaho in the last 20, 30, 40 years. And so without permission to appeal, we may never get an answer on this. And certainly that's very important to Mr. Koberger, because whether or not there's a valid indictment in this case is going to decide whether or not he sits here and whether or not a trial should occur, et cetera. One of the major issues is whether or not that's going to have an issue with the timeliness of this case. And my understanding is that's going to be the next argument that comes after this one. And so we believe if a trial is set out as far as we think it ought to be, that an appeal at this point won't disturb where we think a trial should occur in any case. And in any matter, this isn't our attempt to achieve some delay. This is our attempt to make sure that our client is getting due process at every step in this case, and that nothing is being left, no stone left unturned. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Logston. Mr. Nye?
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to start with the rule that was just referenced. It's Idaho Appellate Rule 12, and it governs interlocutory appeals. And the criteria in that rule set out two factors the court is supposed to consider. The first is whether or not there are substantial grounds for difference of opinion. And on this particular issue, as the court stated in its order, the standard of proof for grand juries in Idaho has been consistently probable cause for at least 3 decades. That doesn't sound like substantial grounds for a difference of opinion. And in fact, the defense conceded in their opening brief on this issue that, quote, the whole of modern jurisprudence on this issue is against this novel theory that they've raised. So they haven't met that first factor. The second one asks whether an immediate appeal may materially advance the orderly resolution of the litigation. And I have not yet seen in their briefing or heard in their argument any path forward for them in which winning this appeal materially advances this litigation. I think if we're all being honest with ourselves, a trial in this case is going to happen. And the question is when. And if we send this case up on appeal, even if the defendant wins, the law clearly allows for us to bring the case back, even if the Idaho Supreme Court goes out on a limb and says, you're right, the standard of proof in a grand jury should be beyond a reasonable doubt. We could use a normal complaint and probable cause hearing in front of a judge. So it would be the same standard yet again, and we would go in a whole circle, basically resetting the case to be where we're at today. We need to get to a trial in this case, and that brings me to my final point. I'll also try and keep this short. There are secondary factors that the Idaho Supreme Court has looked to in addition to that rule, even when those first two factors are met, to decide, is this actually the case that we want to take an interlocutory appeal? And my read of those secondary factors is it's really asking, like, what is the effect of this appeal on the litigation and on the parties and those involved? And I would just like to point out to the courts, under the rules, this is Idaho Appellate Rule 13F, and it's talking about the stay upon permissive appeal. And it says in F sub 2 that the granting of a motion for permission to appeal under Rule 12 by the Supreme Court automatically stays the entire action or proceeding until the appeal is terminated. So at that point, there's no more discretion. It automatically is this case. Hits the pause button. But more than that, Your Honor, it continues and says, and during that time, the district court or administrative agency shall have no power or authority over the action or proceeding. We're not just talking about a stay in the proceedings. We are talking about this court losing its power and authority over this case while the appeal makes its way through the appellate process. That is going to cause significant delay. As we're about to have an argument or a conversation at least about scheduling. And there is a lot that needs to be done before this trial happens. And this court will have no power to address those issues if this case is pending on appeal. Now, in full disclosure, there are some exceptions to that rule, but it's the exact same exceptions that apply to an appeal as of right after judgment. So it's things like you can change the sentence, you can sentence the defendant, you can change bail, things like that. But for discovery, we've had the genetic genealogy issue that's still out there. We're working and making progress on, but pause button on that, pause button on discovery, pause button on change of venue, pause button on motions about experts and who can say what. It would significantly delay this litigation, which brings me to my final point, and that is I don't want to lose sight of the fact of the seriousness of this case. We are talking about a quadruple homicide under Idaho's law. Not only are those who were killed victims, but every single one of their immediate family members is a victim. And in this state, in Idaho, our victims have a constitutional right to a timely resolution of the litigation. We are already quite a ways out. And the idea that we would hit the pause button and take power away from this court because there is a interesting issue for the Idaho Supreme Court to address is not something that this court or any court should tolerate. It's time for a trial, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nye. Mr. Lawson? Reply?
Judge, once again, we believe this to be an important issue and one that is worth getting a glance, at least from a higher court, rather than being tucked away and forgotten in the maelstrom that is to come. As the state undoubtedly knows, trial won't put an end to this case. This case will go on for 28 years if they do actually achieve a conviction. So the idea that somehow we're running towards something and that's going to do anybody any good from their standpoint is, I think, false. What we're trying to do is make sure that the things that occur in this case are done correctly. And if you want to talk about how long things are going to take, get some stuff wrong and then see how long it all takes. We're asking that the court would give us permission to go and see if the Idaho Supreme Court would be willing to weigh in on this particular subject. Whether or not the case makes its way to trial at some point is, in our mind, just part of what the court has to look at, particularly in a case where The state's decided that it wants to try to kill someone. Thank you.
Excuse me. Well, first of all, this is a reconsideration of the order relating to dismissing the indictment, whether or not the standard for proof on a grand jury is probable cause or beyond reasonable doubt. I don't think we've done anything wrong about that. That decision was put out quite a while ago. It's rooted in well-settled law. And I think it was correct. Supreme Court, I guess, could turn that around, but that is doubtful in my opinion. We went through Idaho Constitution, statutes, case law, criminal laws, and really common sense. So I feel quite confident that that was a correct decision. So that established that it is well established that the standard of proof for indictment in the grand jury is probable cause, not beyond a reasonable doubt, which is the standard for trial. So putting that aside, now we get to this permission to appeal under Rule 12. So, excuse me, let me just get this in front of me. So the criteria for permission to appeal, this is in Rule 12 of the Idaho Appellate Rules. First of all, it's very, very rare in case law for such an appeal going to the Supreme Court. It does happen, but it is rare. And the court has established this criteria. And I'll just read this part of this. The issue needs to involve a controlling question of law as to which there is substantial grounds for difference of opinion. Again, in my opinion, and based in all the law in Idaho that I've found, is that there is not a difference of opinion about what the standard for the grand jury is. So the defense is making that argument. I respect that. I don't agree with that, but that's where this is. I don't see a difference of opinion throughout the state about what the standard is for grand jury determining an indictment. But this also has a second component. And this is something that Mr. Nye really focused on, is which an immediate appeal from the order may materially advance the orderly resolution of the litigation. And I'm very concerned about delay. And I think that if we send this to the Supreme Court, that it's going to add delay. Mr. Logston is correct. I mean, this is a complicated case. It could take a long time, longer than any of us want. But I think that would add additional delay. As I said, I'm already concerned about that. We're over a year. Could be another year. I'll just let you all know that. Now, even if the Supreme Court takes up this appeal, or I deny it, and I'm going to deny the permissive nature. Yes. If I deny it, the Supreme Court can still pick up the appeal. That's up to them. But they do look at what the district judge's opinion may have some bearing on that. I hope so. But they could still overturn the orders of this court denying the motions to dismiss the indictment. And they could dismiss the indictment. What would happen then? Okay, is this going to really materially advance the orderly resolution of the litigation? The state could just file it, refile it, as Mr. Nye said. So that's significantly more delay. So there's some other, actually, this is in a case law, Buttle versus Todd, where it's an old case, 1983, but the court also considers other factors, including the impact of the immediate appeal upon the parties, the effect of the delay of proceedings in the district court pending the appeal, the likelihood or possibility of second appeal after judgment is finally entered by the district court, and the case workload of the appellate courts. But it finishes with an appeal must be exceptional, seeking of that appeal. Because the Supreme Court doesn't broaden the appeals, which may be taken as a matter of right under Rule 11. So, in my opinion, I do not find that the criteria is satisfied for a permissive appeal. There's no controlling question of law where there is substantial grounds for difference of opinion. The law is settled as far as I'm concerned, and there's no difference that I'm aware of. I also do not see how the appeal could advance the case. To the contrary, it would stall the process when we really need to move forward. So I'm denying the permission for appeal, obviously denying the motion to reconsider. And with that, I think we are ready to go to setting a trial, or at least a schedule order. So anything else about this issue before we go to that? Ms. Taylor?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Thompson?
Sorry, I didn't mean to scare anybody, but yay!
So first, Mr. Thompson, about the state's position on scheduling.
Yes, sir. I'd be happy to. And to start, Mr. Lodson said something that I think needs to be addressed. He makes the allegation the state is trying to kill someone here, and frankly, I find that offensive. What the state is trying to do is to enforce the law that our legislature has put in place. It says, in cases such as this, with facts like this, a jury is entitled to decide not only guilt, but potential felony. We are simply trying to fulfill our responsibilities under the law. To characterize it as the state is trying to kill someone, is just simply appealing to raw emotion, and it has no place in this courtroom. We would ask that that not be allowed any further. Now, as to the trial, Ms. Nyer already noted that we have a variety of competing interests here. We have certainly the defendant's right to a speedy trial, which he has waived at this point. There are also interests of the state itself, and I think even more importantly, the victims and the families of the victims in this case to a timely disposition of this case. Granted, this is a complicated case. It is a very serious case, and a lot of effort needs to rightly be put into it to make sure that the case is handled correctly. At the same time, we need to also balance the need to move forward in a constructive, productive fashion. When the state filed our motion asking for a scheduling order and trial date, which was a little bit over a month ago, we proposed the summer of this year. And at that time, and at this time right now, we believe that we could be prepared for trial summer of this year. We realize defense has factors and considerations they want you, Your Honor, to take into account, and certainly we want to afford them that opportunity. I will say, though, that we touched on this in our motion, in our request for the scheduling order, that given the nature of this case, if we are going to try this case effectively with minimal unnecessary harm or disruption to our community, it should be done during the summertime. And I say that because right across the street there is Moscow High School that shares parking all around the courthouse with everybody else who's going to have an interest in this case and being here. And we've already encountered the conflict between those interests. We can't sustain that for weeks and weeks on end. That's just not fair to the students. It's not fair to the school district. It's not fair to the media. It's not fair to anybody. The other factor is, as your honor knows, we have two universities, part of our community. And during the academic year, we have graduations, we have numerous sporting events and other university-related events that essentially consume every available hotel or motel room within miles. This case is going to involve bringing in people from out of state, numerous witnesses from out of state who will have to be put up in lodge. And we would submit that that's going to be unnecessarily complicated if trial occurs while the universities are in session. So those are the considerations that we have, Your Honor. As I said, we filed this last month at that time, and as we stand here today, we believe that we could be ready for trial this summer. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you. Your Honor, I received Mr. Thompson's motion for a scheduling order, and I had the opportunity to meet with him and talk with him and Ms. Jennings about that. So it is no surprise to the prosecution that we do not believe a summer of 2024 trial is realistic in any way. Understanding the state's concerns, if a trial were to happen in Latah County, we would suggest looking at summer of 2025. However, counsel and the court's aware that our intention is to file a motion for change of venue. That hasn't been filed yet because we're not ready to have that heard yet. There's work that has to be done to present to the court and counsel in support of that. So that's just for the court's information. Your Honor, that in the state's scheduling order, it asks the court for various things. And a lot of those we don't have disagreement with. We think they're appropriate. And in fact, they were things that were covered by the court in the court's original scheduling order. As the court and counsel recalls, last fall, we had not made the choice to waive speedy trial. And so the court did a scheduling order at that time. It wasn't but a few days later that we'd had enough time to discuss that. And Mr. Koberger decided to waive his speedy trial, and the court vacated that order. So I'm familiar with what the court likes to put out there as far as a scheduling order, and I don't think there's a problem with that. I would want to inform the court that I do not believe this is a 6-week trial. I believe this is more like a 12 to 15-week trial. This is, as everybody said today, a very complicated case. And I want to talk a little bit about what drives both our request no sooner than summer of 2025. And I say that with fear, Your Honor. There are a lot of things that we have to still do. I want the court and counsel to know that we haven't sat around waiting for a scheduling conference to begin doing those things. We have been on this case and active and seeking discovery and reviewing discovery, meeting with experts and working the case since the day we were assigned this case. So with that said, there's still plenty to do. And I want to talk a little bit specifically about that. In a case where there is the potential for a death penalty, we're looking at 2 tracks of trial. We're looking at the innocence phase where there's tons of witnesses and a lot of things that happen. And if there is a guilty verdict, we immediately go to a sentencing phase. That's up to the jury, what happens there, but both parties have to be ready to proceed forward. So we don't get the luxury of focusing on our case, the state's investigation, our own investigation solely. We focus on that. We are working on that, but we are required to begin our mitigation case. That's what it's called, the penalty case. We are to put on mitigation. We are guided by the ABA standards, American Bar Association standards in capital cases. That's what this is. A death penalty case is a capital case, and we're guided by those standards. And they tell us that as attorneys, we must investigate every aspect of the case in the innocence phase. We must meet with our client regularly, which we do. We must engage in experts and understand the issues that are coming, which we are. The American Bar Association guidelines in capital cases say we must hire a mitigator and there must be a mitigation investigation. We hired a mitigator, probably one of the very first people we contacted. And so that has been ongoing for 13 months almost as well. We have not been sitting back and waiting. Your Honor, in this case, the complexities are that there are special areas of focus. And when we get to trial, counsel for the state will put on experts to educate the jury on specific areas of focus, as will we. And it takes a while to get all of that done. In addition to that, as the court knows, everything is recorded. There's digital footprints all over the place. And so we have a lot of records that we have to go through. I know that the court has heard about 51 terabytes of information that we've received. And I want to tell you what that means. Ms. Massa found a statistic for me, and I want to tell you how much 51 terabytes of data is. And she found that she was looking at Dropbox.com, and 51 terabytes of our discovery. To put it in perspective, 1 terabyte can hold 250,000 pictures. 1 terabyte, and we have 51 of those, or 500 hours of high definition video. And we just have one of those. So 500 hours times 51, or 6.5 million document pages. And that's equal to 1,300 filing cabinets. And we have 51 terabytes, not just one. So that's a lot. There's specialized knowledge. There's a lot to go through in this case. We also have another player in the case, and that's the presence of the media. This is a case that has drawn a ton of attention from the media, and it continues to do so, and I don't think that's stopping anytime soon. The impact of that is that we have found that when we want to talk to witnesses, sometimes they don't want anything to do with us. Sometimes they're people that have already talked to the media too much, and so we shouldn't talk to them or bring them into the case. So that's just a complication. We're working through it. We're working around it, but that's something that the court has to be aware of. I want to let the court know that there are over 400 potential witnesses in the innocence phase alone. I personally and my team have talked to less than 10%, well, less than 10% of those witnesses. In the mitigation phase, our mitigation expert has been actively working the case. We've all been working alongside our mitigation expert. There are still well over 100 people left to try to contact and try to interview. And let me back up and explain what we do with mitigation. We are to learn Brian's life story. We are to go all the way back to before he was born and learn his life story. We have to be prepared to talk about that in different ways. But it's not just a life story. We're required to go 3 generations back on each side, mom and dad. The court can imagine that there are a lot of documents that must be collected and examined and reviewed so that we are aware of things that we would need to present to our jury if we ever got to that phase. We have had a lot of trouble collecting documents. Sometimes it takes a court order to get documents. Sometimes documents are missing. Sometimes they're very old and you have to piece things together. We're working through it, but I want the court to know it takes some time for that as well. There are records yet to be obtained that we need in both sides. There are still experts yet to be hired that we need to find an expert that has the right expertise and will work on the case with us. We do have several, we're working with them, but there are still more that need to be found. And then let's come back to the discovery. I want to talk about some of the difficulties with discovery, and I want everybody to know that I am not disparaging the state when I say this. I'm describing a complication, a challenge, probably one that the state shares. In this case, we began asking for supplemental discovery in February of 2023. We had some initial discovery, and then we started looking at it and asking for other discovery. We are up to our 11th request for discovery, and there's, I think, 250 items total with subparts to that. The state will respond to us. They're not ignoring us. I'm not saying that at all. There's just a lot out there. But this is complicated because the discovery that we receive, the materials, there's videos, there's interviews, there's police reports, there's photographs, 13,000 photographs that come in, and they are not indexed. So you get a discovery file and there's tons of sub files. And I believe this is the way the state's getting it too. And I believe this is complicated because we have multiple law enforcement entities that have been working on the case. And I believe they filter discovery through one of the entities and then it gets to the prosecutor. And I think they're hurrying as fast as they can to get the discovery to us. So I think they're giving it to us as they get it. But there's no indexing in it. So you must open each of those files and see what you have. And you might have police reports in sequence, and then you might not. And you might have photographs, but you don't know which officer took them. You can tell where they are, but you don't know which officer, and you don't know what day because the officers were in that residence multiple times. So that's complicated to try to match all of those things up. There are things that we've asked for that have taken, it's just taken a long time. The court knows we've had motions to compel and we've had some pretty lively debates about what certain things that we should have and certain things that they don't want us to have for other reasons. Those things take time as well. We don't have complete discovery. I don't think the state has complete discovery, but we definitely don't have complete discovery. I'll give you a couple of examples. There is a video that's a really important video, and we early on received some of it. And we are still waiting for the complete of it. The court would know from our 11th discovery request that there's still outstanding portions of that video that we need to have. And I think the state's working through it, trying to match up video and sound together for the completion, the full several days worth of video. But there's not even an estimated day when we'll get that. And that is critical for us to review and hear all of that. So that's an example, Your Honor, that is not us saying we just don't want to go to trial, we just want to drag our feet. That is us saying there are critical things that we don't have. I am very concerned about expert reports. We have a draft of one, the cast report. The court had ordered that we receive the cast report. It's a draft. I don't think the state has it. I don't think they're sitting back on it, but I don't have that yet. And there are completed materials all over the place like that we just don't have. Our team speaks with the prosecution team fairly regularly about these issues. We communicate by text and by email about things like this that are coming up. We've sat down and spoken with them. They're very open to talking to us, but this just isn't a closed deal. There has to be a deadline on discovery. There has to be a target date where that ends. And then there has to be time to make sure that we've read every piece of it, watched all the videos, looked at all of the photographs, and know where they came from. A few months from now is not a sufficient amount of time to do that. There is no possible way I can even read or watch everything I have now or react to things that are still coming in if we're to have a deadline in time for a summer of 2024 trial. There is no possible way that I would be effective in my investigation, in my presentation to a jury, if I don't have the state's expert materials ready to give to my experts and then give them a report to respond to. There is no way that I am effective assistance counsel if I haven't looked at every bit of discovery that's available. Recently, Your Honor, as recently as January 4th, we received discovery that contained over 9,000 tips that law enforcement had obtained. And we've had, this isn't a new issue, I think the court's heard about this before. We've had bits and pieces of tips and they've come in and we've reviewed them, but the 9,000 new ones we received January 4th, those were closed out in October of 2023. And I don't think the state sat on them. I think that's an example of the process that they close them out so they can give them to us, but they go through other agencies before they get in the prosecutor's hands to give to us. I have to read every one of those 9,000 tips. There are things that matter to us in our innocence phase that have come up and been done, and I have to read them and appreciate them and react to them and see what's there. That's the duty I owe to Brian. That's his right for effective assistance of counsel to have me do those things. Your Honor, summer of 2024, it's impossible for us to do it. Our team constantly meets, we constantly work. We are on this. This is our priority. Brian's our priority, but we are not going to be ready in June 2024. Your Honor, I want to also talk about some of the other deadlines. One of the things in the state's motion for scheduling order had to do with the alibi defense. And as the court remembers, we had made some submissions and we needed more information before we could do anything more complete. We're still in that circumstance. But when the court vacated its scheduling order last fall, that was part of the scheduling order that was vacated. So the state asserts in its scheduling order that our time has expired, and that just can't be because the court didn't carve that out and say, I'm going to vacate everything but this. So we'll need a new date, but I'd ask the court to be really mindful of the other information we need. We need the cast report. We need other information of things that past agents and other specialists with the FBI might have done with cell towers and records. And I don't have all of those yet. I have some. And the state has pointed me to places that they believe I have more that maybe I missed in the discovery, and I'll look at those. But I'm going to need some time to do that. I wanted to let the court know as well, because the court's going to be considering a scheduling deadline for 12B motions. I want us to have a clear picture before we have that deadline. And the clear picture that I'm concerned about is the state's pathway of how Brian Kohberger comes to their attention and is identified. I've read that PC affidavit over and over and over again, and I'm not sure. Over a year into this case and everything I've read, and I've spoken with our team, we're not sure how the state decides on Brian Kohberger. I know different pieces, but I don't know where they fit together. And the more work I do, the less I know about how they fit together. And that is critical for us to assess 12B motions. So while the court's doing deadlines for discovery, I need the court to have something with the 12B keyed on when I have full discovery. I also think it would be appropriate for the court to allow windows to file additional motions based on later disclosed materials too. I think we'll just keep getting materials until the court sets a deadline for it to be cut off. Not anybody's fault, just the magnitude of the case. And so I think that would be something appropriate for the court to set as well. I think that covers it.
Thank you. One more question. So
sure.
I understand this. I mean, I'm aware of amount of disclosures already. But do we need a whole nother year after this summer? I mean, can I help everybody by having tighter deadlines to make things happen faster so that we can get this trial sooner?
That's a tough question. If the state says you have everything and I believe they could say I have everything they have, but I know there's other things out there. I know it based on responses to discovery. If I had absolutely everything, all their experts' reports, I would still need a period of time to read and understand that. There's not a shortcut for the amount of time that it takes to go through everything. There's just not a shortcut for that. Having a deadline for discovery helps me. It just does. Having a deadline for expert disclosures, that absolutely helps me as well. I have the concerns of discovery that's not yet made available. I have the concerns of the time it takes to review all of the materials. And I have the concerns about the limitations we're finding with people being willing to talk to us, both for the innocence phase and the mitigation phase, should we ever get there. I have significant concerns. We're working on it. If you could say, everything's going to go according to plan. I'm going to give you these deadlines, and all of the materials will be in the state's hands so they can give them to you. And the records you need will be given to you when you ask. And the witnesses that you need to speak with won't slam the door in your face. If you could tell me that, then I would say I could be ready by March of 2025. And that's me saying I'm going to spend every possible hour on Mr. Koberger's case, which I've been doing and which I'm willing to continue to do, and so is the rest of his team. But my problem is that's best case scenario if we don't run into problems and delays getting records or getting people to talk to us. And if the next calls I make on the experts that I don't have yet secured, if they say yes and they're ready to go and have time to take it on, that's best case scenario. I'm nervous telling you I'll be ready by summer of 2025. I'm nervous telling you that.
This is priority for everybody, and I want to be realistic about it. I don't want to set it more than once. I only want to have one trial, one time, so it doesn't come back. We can only predict the future so much. I only have so much power. So I'm relying on counsel deeply. So let's go to Mr. Thompson and see what you have to say about all this. Just getting things ready for trial.
Ms. Taylor is not understating the amount of work that's involved in this case, Judge. I think that's fair to say, and there's more information that continues to be developed. It's kind of like you ask one question, you get an answer, and that leads you to another question. I know that Ms. Taylor and her co-counsel and investigators are encountering that. We are trying to provide things as quickly as we can, and she's right. There are delays with the multiple agencies getting everything together. The tips, for example, were part of a nationwide tip line that needed to be completely shut down before we could get all the tips that were in it. And so that's why it took so long with these 9,000. I didn't count them, but there are thousands and thousands of tips, most of which are out there. But you're right, most of all of which need to be looked at to see if they have any potential relevance to the case. As I indicated to the court, if we cannot have a trial this summer, then I would say the earliest would be the summer of next year, for the reasons that I've described to the court about the practicalities of carrying on a trial of that duration with the high school, with the universities. We need to be realistic about being sure that we can get our witnesses here. We'll have something to put them, and there won't be undue interruptions in the community that could cause issues with the community's perception of the trial proceedings. I'm not quite sure what else I can offer.
You're making some kind of argument that changing venue, but I know we're not arguing about that.
And, I don't think that's a changing thing, Judge. When this case has national, if not international attention. This spring, I was at Association of Council of Counties board meeting in McCall, and there was more news every morning from Boise on this case than we see up here. Every doggone morning. I have friends in this community who have traveled to Mexico, and they say, people here were from Moscow, and immediately they want to talk about this case. It's not Moscow, it's not Latah County, it's everywhere. So I don't think that a change of venue is going to solve any of these problems. And the state's position on venue is that the case should be held here. It's a Latah County case. We believe that we can select an appropriate panel of jurors from Latah County. We have the tools to work with that we've discussed with Your Honor. In fact, we already have a fairly comprehensive draft juror questionnaire to send out so that the court and counsel can assess the level of knowledge and the feelings of the potential jury pool. But we think that we at least owe Latah County, the people of Latah County, the attempt to seat a jury here first. And not just rely on, there's been a lot of publicity. There's been a lot of publicity everywhere. The only place I've heard that there wasn't publicity is in Lewis County. Somebody was talking to a court down there and they happened to mention co-location, said, what are you talking about? So if we want to change venue, I guess we could go to Nez Perce.
Kind of small.
It's kind of small. Lodgings aren't very good as far as a lot of lodging. But I think that is a practical observation on this case. It's not just here. It's not just Moscow. It's not just Latah County.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. So you're saying, you're looking at this realistically and the amount of information, evidence, non-evidence, that might be looking at summer of 2025?
I'm saying that could be where we end up, Judge. I am still concerned about the victims and their families. I mean, they have suffered for well over a year now with a lot of uncertainty. And that's painful. It's an everyday reminder. And they need some certainty and they need some closure in a timely fashion. But we know we also have to make sure, as Your Honor just said a few minutes ago, that we only do this case once. That it doesn't come back on appeal, that it doesn't come back for subsequent things saying that somebody made a mistake. We want to do it right. And the factors are in front of Your Honor. I think that you're certainly in a good position to make the best decision.
It's a decision that pulls me in two different.
I appreciate that, Judge.
Yeah. I want to set it right now. I mean, I'd like to get a little closer with discovery and see if we can have that more quickly. I'd like to speed it up if it's possible. I'd really like to do this sooner than later. I mean, maybe March 2025, which Taylor, that would be a reach. I just want to let it percolate a little bit. I know everybody probably here, including counsel, want to direct a certain date. But when you're talking about a date so long in the future, potentially, maybe we can get to a point where we can move it more quickly. I'm not going to just let it hang for too long, but it's really hard for me right now to set something in 2025, even though that might be just the reality. And I know that there's lots of other issues to be addressed. I know there are going to be a lot of motions. Going to be a lot of motions about the death penalty as well. So it's realizing to think that we have to have a case so far in the future. But if that's what is the right thing for everything to do it correctly, maybe we only have to do it one time. Because we don't want to do this twice. We don't want to do this 3 times. Because no matter what happens, okay, if he's convicted, it's going to be appeal, and that's also a challenge. So my heart goes out to the victims. I can't even imagine the pain, the grief, because you can't really go forward with your life without this hanging over your head. So, sorry. We'll see. All right, so I'm gonna contemplate a little bit. It's not like I have to set this within 2 or 3 months, apparently. And I want to do the right thing. Okay. So, does that conclude what we need to talk about today, Mr. Thompson?
Believe so, Judge.
Ms. Taylor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, well, thank you all. We are adjourned.
Boo. Boo. Mhm. Oh my God. Well, that was useless. Useless, useless. Lord have mercy. Waited all day thinking that we were going to get a trial date. And a big fat nope. Big fat nope. Big fat nope. Not yet. I don't blame the judge. I know he don't want to do it twice. But at the same time, a whole year? I don't know about that. I just don't. Poor families. Their families is just, that they're the parents and the siblings are just like, "Brrr." So, anyway, you guys, Dale is waiting on me to finish up in here because he needs to run. He needs to run to town, run a few errands before it gets much later. And tonight, oh, Billy, honey, we're getting ready to head out. But good afternoon to you. It's good evening for us here on the East Coast. But yeah, we're gonna head out of here and prepare for our girls Abigail's birthday live tonight. So thanks for joining all day today. And make sure that you give the video a big thumbs up. And I think I might actually take me a little nappy nap before it's time to celebrate Abigail's birthday. So we'll see if that happens. Right? Right. I got my belly full with that Caesar salad and now I'm like, yeah, and I'm sleepy. You guys have a great rest of your day. Morgana Banana, we need to chitter chat, me and you and JB, and figure out when we're gonna do the the rest of the Scott Peterson stuff. So, but anyways, I guess I will see you guys later, taters. Okay, I love y'all, and I'll talk to you the next time. Bye.